Hey everybody, what's up, Justin? Hey Alan,
Hi, Loren, everybody.
Mateo's in here. How you doing?
Hey,
I love
Mateo.
I love some of Mateo's posts. Um, Super controversial and just gets people thinking. It's good stuff and super entertaining. So yeah, I love it. Dark Side, how are you? One of the guys from my local meetup is in here. I just got off the phone with him. How's it going, Alan? He's not available. He's actually driving to meet up with some other folk. So. But he's in here. We're having a local meetup here on Friday the 13th. I don't know if that's good or bad, but hopefully we'll be celebrating the 100K party. That'd be awesome.
That'd be quite a party.
Yeah, for sure. Um,
Where
how
is the
many
meetup,
people?
Loren?
We're in the Redding, California area, which is NorCal. I think, aren't you down? You said you live in Mexico and have a crash pad in Southern California. Is that right, Justin? Or
Yeah, correct.
okay. What I was super curious about your story too. I don't know how much I know some folks in different spaces say their stories over and over and over, but I am curious to hear, you know, people's stories a time or two or six, just maybe not 25. But what's your story that if you're comfortable sharing any part of it, Justin?
Yeah, um I told the story recently, and it's always interesting to try to think back about your first to try to clear your memory all the way back to your first impressions of Bitcoin when you heard about it. And with me, I didn't quite understand it, and I didn't think it would catch on. But in December 2015 um, was the first time that somebody attempted to orange pill me, and I know the exact date because I can correlate. I know where I was that day. We met each other at an event, and Bitcoin was $383 that day. And yeah, he said, "Hey, you strike me as the kind of guy who's probably into Bitcoin." And I'm like, "No." He's like, "Yeah, man, I'm mining. You sh-" This was an acquaintance, and I had not seen him in a couple of years.
Hey Justin, what is like your background though? Were you into tech or were you into did you own your own business or what led him to believe that you might be into Bitcoin?
Man, I've been super fortunate because I work for my dad's construction business, so never went to university or anything. Didn't need to, from my perspective, and immediately went into a services business that I timed just right. I provided a good service, and I was super reliable in a market where that was in demand. So, um, and quite frankly, I wouldn't mind just being back in that again because it was so simple. Um, so I was making more money than I knew what to do with. It was all cash on the spot, literally coming home with pocket stuff with cash. But that turned into something else that was adjacent to that, into an e-commerce product that again got timed just right. And what I leveraged was I figured out how to get to number one on Google for long tail search terms. So I had a product that needed distribution. I had access to the product in LA where it was imported. Had great relationship with the Chinese importers. I could sign for $100,000 worth of product and not pay for 30 days, and
How long ago was this?
that was the with the LA connection around 2002, early 2002.
Oh yeah, because you were SEO was big then and
It was all
that
SEO, man. So I
yeah.
had money coming in from, I had subcontractors for my other thing. I was buying products, and we ended up filling a warehouse full of our product and became the number one distributor in the world for a couple of brands. And yeah, so not terribly smart, but on like three different transitions. I timed things just right. And so our e-commerce business maxed out in about '08, '09 when everything else was dying. I had tons of cash that I didn't know what to do with. And other than traveling with the family and enjoying ourselves. Um, so I
That's a
was
good use of
buying the
cash.
hell out of, I'm sorry.
I said that's a great use of cash.
Yep, sure is. And we did it every year for 3 or 4 months a year we were traveling. Yeah, so I was buying the hell out of stuff in Southern California, ended up buying a big house up in the Duluth Hills. And yeah, went through a divorce. So anyway, at that time, I was semi-retired, to be honest with you. And yeah, so my buddy said, "Hey, you strike me as somebody who would be into Bitcoin." He talked about fiat, and I literally had no understanding whatsoever of what fiat money was. That might have been the first time I ever heard that term. So, um, yeah, that kind of just went a year or two without hearing anything. He told me, "Hey, man, I've got a little mining operation going on." So in probably 18, I started shit coining because of, again, the ignorance. And it made no sense to me whatsoever that I would spend, just the ignorance was total. Why in the hell would you spend $10,000 on Bitcoin? You got to spend that much at one time. You can only buy one. So why would you do that when I could buy 20 million units of this thing? And if it goes to $1, I'm instantly rich. And this was when Web3 was really getting spun up and all these tall tales of what it would accomplish. So I got totally drawn into that. Um, that it's the next iteration of the internet, and this is the greatest thing ever. And then blockchain will solve all these problems. And Bitcoin is already antiquated, it's slow, and it's expensive. I believe all that stuff. So I shitcoined until I think late 2020. And yeah, I was active on Twitter and still didn't understand like why Bitcoin just seemed way too stable. Like, why would you do that? And then I got a toxic snide remark on Twitter, and it worked for me. And I'll tell you who it was. It was, if you guys follow Richard Dick Whitman, I have him to thank. So
Nice.
for being such an asshole. And then from that, um, I got it almost instantly, man. So
Oh, that's great.
within a week, I was reading the Bitcoin Standard, and it's been um, nonstop since then. So I just wish it had happened earlier, but here we are.
You're bringing back memories. Similar path as far as the altcoins go. I remember meeting in different people's homes with big spreadsheets full of all these different coins and having a Binance account and just trying to exchange all these coins. It was crazy. But it's difficult because we were there and it was ignorance on my part. It sounds similar for you, but that's why I think it's important to extend grace to people. We had who jumped in there? Oh, it was TC jumped in and was kind of scolding everybody for talking about altcoins. But unless we hear the truth, it's like how are we going to learn? Like, we need to walk before we can run. So I appreciate those stories. It seems to me like most people actually had to take a stint in altcoins before they realized that they're here for Bitcoin. Also heard people talking on your space yesterday about their friends giving them crap because they were talked out of you know Ripple or some other coin, and they would have made three times their money. And I just all of those stories are tough because that's people still thinking in terms of value storage in U.S. dollars or whatever their fiat is in the country they live. But in actuality, on the big scope, when we zoom out, we realize that you're actually being robbed from, and you're actually being devalued with any fiat currency that's out there. And the big picture, the long term is 99% of these altcoins will rug you because there's a VC or a person or a group that actually is centrally controlled behind the scenes, can see everything and can just pull the rug. So, I mean, if you want to gamble in that market, I'm a freedom first kind of person, but I'm definitely walk that path and yeah, I made quote unquote money, but that's before I realized what value was and what money was. And
Yeah, and I
perfect.
feel extremely fortunate again that I've done so many dumb things in my life, but I've somehow not paid a major price, and one of that was in shitcoining, and I actually came out above water. And in
Yeah,
the
maybe.
period of 48 hours, I took all my accounts and I had all of them, every exchange. I was staking and just all of that, totally knee deep in the shitcoining, and turned it all into Bitcoin. And so my cost basis is really low. I didn't really pay a price, but yeah, my the solution that I've come to is I have a buddy who every time I see him, he walks up with a shit eating grin on his face, and he's like, "This coin, dude, do I buy it? Do I buy it?" And I'm just like, "You don't even need to show that to me, man. Like, all I can do is tell you what I've done. I'm not in a position to tell you what to do, whether you should buy that or not. But study Bitcoin. That's my advice." And he'll never do it.
Yeah,
So
for sure. I think when you put the work in, um, it becomes clear, making money is, or NGU is the reason I got into Bitcoin because I thought I could make money. And I didn't realize my mind just told me money was US dollars and I wanted to make more US dollars. And through literally thousands and thousands, I have a college degree and I've spent more time studying Bitcoin and altcoins than I have getting my entire degree. And through that whole process, it made me realize, like, hey, I hope that I'm here for the right reason. I hope that I'm here for, you know, altruism, for the good of everybody, for love, for all the good stuff, instead of just like, I want my cash grab and I want my Lambo and screw everybody else. I hope that's why I'm here. There's days when I'm like, yeah, man, I just made some money, but I hope that my mind is slowly changing and realizing that this rat race that we're in on a 9 to 5 and the shitty jobs that people have and the it just society walking down the street seeing homelessness and hopelessness and drugs and people are escaping their reality. I really hope that I'm here to change the world, and I think that's I could say for sure mostly my reasoning for being here. I see a lot of like altcoin folk in the thing and I don't judge. I'm like, hey man, like I said, I was there and it's cool, but I'm taking a different path, regardless of if I could 3x or 5x my money. Even it's kind of even the way I'm with MSTR now, where I'm like, yeah, I own MSTR, but I'm not all about the gains now, unless it's my little tiny biceps,
yeah,
right,
well,
pink shirt guy.
I mean,
Sorry, go ahead.
at the shitcoining meetings we went to, for instance, little worship meetings for Charles Hoskinson, where I sat through the whole spiel, and it felt like a mix of Tupperware and I don't know what. I mean, just an absolute joke, with all the tired tropes and the weird pictures of Charles around the room. I went to one in San Jose, California. Went to a couple of them, and like, man, I don't get this. So, do they ever talk about changing the world? I mean, they did back in the day. They made all sorts of promises, but they're completely devoid of any sort of that kind of talk. So we have that in Bitcoin. And let's be honest, why are we here right now? We're not making money doing this. We're working for Bitcoin, really, is what we're doing. So,
Yeah, we're passionate about
yeah.
it. Yeah, no, I think we feel a sense of purpose. We feel a sense of belonging to a community, which is good. And we feel, I personally feel desperation in the world, as in there's not a lot of options where we can really turn things around or change the world for the better. The current systems, like politics, if we vote harder, if we, I'm not saying that, one party's better or worse, because I happen to think that is the case. But I really don't think politics is going to change the world. I don't think a lot of the systems, even in America, are all broken. You name it, the education system, the medical system, it just goes on and on, the legal system. And so, to me, I really hope that my kids and my grandkids and hundreds of generations from now can have a positive impact because of the decisions that we made today. And I think the only way we can fix it is by fixing the money. Money makes the world go round, and that's a very true statement. Like palms being greased behind the scenes in Washington have a lot more clout than your elected representative at times, which is a sad state of affairs. And it's reflected all the way down from the top, all the way to the homeless people on the street in our society, and it's super sad. And it seems like it's reflected across the whole world. So hopefully, this is the tool that I see to maybe change that. Probably not in my lifetime, but it's the only tool that I see. Not saying, and hopefully other things may come out in the future that are, altruistic. I used to believe a lot in churches, but I've seen them even, be succumb to the almighty dollar and whatnot. So I don't have a lot of hope in a lot of other things, but in the decentralized money, like going back to the power of the people instead of the central entities, the banks and the governments, like to me that really could have a positive change in society. So and humanity going forward. If not, we're gonna blow each other up or end up dead because we're self-centered idiots. So I hope that I hope I'm right and I'm passionate about it. So I mean, to me, Bitcoin is definitely hope. So we can get some other people up here. I don't mean to bullguard the stage or anything, but I was super curious to hear your story, Justin, because I've never heard it before, and it's pretty interesting. You said three. You've been lucky on three things or timed three things right, I think maybe is the way you said it. But is the third thing Bitcoin? Because you definitely timed that right as well.
Yeah, I timed it pretty well. I meant three transitions or turnings with my um, business efforts
Yeah.
leading up to
With
Bitcoin.
so basically you could say four then, because Bitcoin, I think your transitional timing was perfect as well.
Absolutely. Yep. Have made some mistakes and have a regret or two, but absolutely cannot complain. So my wife and I are able to enjoy ourselves. We don't live a luxurious lifestyle. It's very very simple, but we get to do what we want to do 99% of the time. And
That's an amazing place to be.
yep, it's a very simple
Um,
life, man. So we
yeah,
really value nice simple things. We do like luxury travel. I'll tell you that much, but um, basically getting in bed, getting a good night's sleep, waking up feeling like $1 million, and having the day before you and do whatever you want to do. And I wish everybody had that.
I think to me, like everybody values things differently, and to me, I like that simplicity as well. I dated this girl a few years back, and after analyzing my life and whatnot, she said the theme song of your life should be "I Did It My Way" by oh, that old crooner, forgot his name. Anyway,
Old blue
because
eyes.
I really was, yeah, exactly. Because I was really in a similar state where I was just like, if I didn't like a job, I would do something else. If I like, I just had this stint where I went off and just played poker and I was just like, and it kind of like grew some weed for a minute, and I just kind of did what I wanted to do in the moment. And there's so much freedom and joy in that because you actually get to see who you are. You get to do what you want with your time, and your time is your most precious asset. It's what you have a finite amount of. It's more precious than Bitcoin, your time and your health. And so, in order to be able to choose to do what you want to do with those most precious of things, to me, is like the ultimate freedom. Like, I don't want to live my life so that I um, am really catered to by ads and what everybody else tells me will make me happy, like Lambos and fake boobies and whatever else. Because I've been there, I've done that, and it didn't fulfill me. It didn't make me happy. So to me, what you're saying is more fulfilling, spending the time with the people that you love the most and that you want to spend that time with, doing the things that you want to do, creating positivity in the world, creating good things for people around you. And that's where I get, my most hope, love, joy, happiness, all that good stuff, not by buying crap and whatnot. But yeah, I'm with you. Like if you want to buy a Lambo, like freedom is where it's at too. Like buy a Lambo. I'm not against all of this stuff because everybody's different and different things are appealing to different people. That's why I don't want to conform to like a group identity or group think or cult like thing. Like even TC coming in here and scolding us all yesterday, like, you all, this is a Bitcoin thing. And it's like, well, dude, we don't want to all think the same. Like, that's ridiculousness. Like, yeah, I agree with 70% of what you're saying here, but in actuality, like, no, it's cool that you have a slightly different view. And yeah, you can come in here and scold us, but I don't really care. Like, like I want to hear what this alt kind guy has to say because I was there once and I'm it was just a little bit of ignorance on my part at that time, but hey, he can do what he wants to do because he's free. So to me, I'm kind of all over the board there, but we got a bunch of other people on the stage, so I'll stop guarding the stage. And Dark Side, what's up? Pink Shirt Guy is going into a meeting. Cougs is here. Hey, Cougs, how are you?
How are you? Hey, I'm just going to give you the perspective of somebody new. I'm retired, and not too long ago started. playing around with the market at options and such with my son. And there were times I thought, you look at a company, everything looks good, and then the CEO says something stupid, and zoom, down goes the stock. Or the president says something, and boom, the stock market goes. And I'm watching this for common stock, but then I'm watching Bitcoin. I first got into options on miners. And even when Sailor says something, you might see some perturbations, but largely there isn't a voice out there that can make Bitcoin move. Bitcoin's going to move. It's going to move up. There'll be pullbacks, but largely you don't have to worry about Bitcoin plummeting because of war in the Middle East or some of these other things. That's just my observation. I could be wrong. Maybe and as more and more governments get into it, there are larger impacts from the voices of politicians. But my observation thus far has been there are cycles that are fairly predictable, that there are transitions both up and down that are expected but not exactly calculated, so you got to kind of pay attention. But it's not like the S&P 500. It's not like Nasdaq. It just doesn't conform to the traditional finance, and it changes the game. You don't have to worry about, oh shit, we got an earnings report and everything looks great, and then the CEO says, well, we're expecting a slowdown. Boom, and you see it just crater. So, well, what I would call a crater, 5-10%. But I'll leave it open to the experts. But this is just an observation of a new guy. I've run my race. I've got a nice retirement. My wife and I are comfortable. I've got one whole coin. I want to get more. It's more for my kids who are in their early 30s. One's a teenager, surprise, that they can't afford that right now. So what I want to leave to them is something enduring. So with that, I'll yield the floor.
Good stuff, Cougs. Yeah, I don't know if it was Dark Side or Thomas yesterday who we were talking about drawdowns. So in the event of black swans, likely what we're going to see is a flight to safety in Bitcoin. So black swans and that sort of thing will actually just make Bitcoin healthier. Now we might not see that initially in price, but it's just going to be a flow to diamond hands is what it's going to be. So
Yeah, I think along those lines too, Justin, is, the finite number of Bitcoin. So that's huge because we're measuring it often in terms of, whatever your fiat is you're using, whatever country you're in. And most of the time that's elastic and or ever growing supply. So really what's moving more than anything is your fiat, and you're almost guaranteed. It's like going to the casino. Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy a good casino, but when you go to the casino, you're statistically and mathematically going to just lose. Those things weren't created by people winning all the time. So when you're looking at a fiat system where mathematically you're going to lose, it's really nice to know that there's a decentralized system that has a finite number that's not going to move, and you can verify that with your own node and prove that, hey, guess what? I am an owner of one, in Hoob's case, or Koob's case, one of 21 million of these units that will be available worldwide, not just in the United States. And I'm one of the smart or lucky or both ones that actually got my hands on one of those things. And as time increases, those tiny things which are value keeping units, are going to actually go up in price compared to any fiat, because fiat's just continually devaluing. So there's another way to look at it too, but we're basically saying the same things, maybe just from different perspectives. But yes, I 100% agree. Things do impact the price, and it's a lot. Price is probably a better measure of like maybe an adoption rate, where it's like, how many people are looking at it, how many countries and companies and retail individuals are actually, opting out of the system, opting into Bitcoin right now. And that's kind of the way I try to look at it, even though I'm like a price whore a lot of the time too, just constantly looking at the damn price, which I'm trying to work on as well. Anyway, I'll shut the hell up again. Great observation, Cougs.
yeah,
What's up, Dark Side? I don't know. Oh,
Hey
Justin, go
man, how
ahead.
you doing? How you guys
Good. How are
doing?
you? You're up here in California, NorCal somewhere, aren't you? Oh no, you're in
No,
Vegas. Yeah,
yeah,
Vegas,
I'm in
right?
Vegas.
Sorry, there's too many people. I love Vegas. I used to spend a lot of time there back in my poker days.
Yeah, I hear you. and I like to play poker too. Yeah, I threw something in the room. I threw it in on the purple pill. Um, so look, in the end, the Bitcoin price in dollars is determined by supply and demand, and I suspected ever since we kind of hit that wall at 99.8, and then Saylor bought 6 billion or something that weekend and the price went down. I said to myself, and I even posted it to others, that I think the US government's selling coins. And then sure enough, yesterday I kind of argued it out with Joe and some other people, and no, they're just moving it over to Coinbase Prime. And I noticed there was kind of a couple anomalies. One, that they had moved 2 billion to an unknown wallet, and according to the U.S. Marshals rules, and I kind of dug into it a little bit, they're not really allowed to move coins to an unknown wallet unless they're selling them, right? They have very
Yeah, hey,
specific.
didn't they move some recently, like a month or two ago, also over there? Because I remember it
Yeah,
causing a little stir. So
yeah,
what?
they moved
Sorry
to
to interrupt you.
Coinbase Prime. They moved coins to Coinbase Prime, and of course, we don't know what's happened to those coins. Then just the other day, they did it again. But the move to the unknown wallet is what kind of, raised the hair on the back of my neck, because I suspected that, they probably are using an OTC desk and selling some forwards on their coins. I just
I
think,
don't
look, I
think that's the case, Dark Side. Sorry to interrupt, but I think what's going on is the U.S. Marshals took over possession of some of this Bitcoin and announced that they were moving it to Coinbase Prime earlier this year. So I think we didn't know when this was going to happen, but it's not super surprising. So I don't think it's being sold. I think it's just moving to custodians at the U.S. Marshals.
So Brendan, they
okay,
just made an announcement earlier, and they hadn't actually moved any until now. Is that correct? Because my
no.
understanding was they had actually moved some earlier, and this
Yeah,
is the second time.
they had moved some earlier, then they moved some again just a couple days ago. But again, it was the move to the unknown wallet that is the most concerning. But again, it's not concerning to me. Um, I put in the purple pill. Go take a look at it. Lowry commented on this, and then Brian Armstrong from Coinbase commented on, I think, Lowry's comment. Um, and they're basically inferring that, yeah, they're selling the coins. And I think they're selling the coins. I mean, it's hard to explain the. So just step back, right? If you're an institutional buyer and you bought Bitcoin, with the ETF coming out, what was that, like 35, 40,000 or something like that? You're not you're not looking for 2x, right? Like, with the way things have gone your way, with the Trump administration, the SEC. I mean, there's so many different catalysts right now, and institutional buyers are catalyst driven, that they're not sellers, right? So the selling that's going on now is not organic, right? It's extremely
I guess
aggressive. It-
my other question, I guess, would be like, wouldn't as Trump gets security briefings now, wouldn't he be aware of them selling coins at this point?
no,
Yeah,
no, it's not.
well,
It's not a national security issue. It's
this kind
simply
of
that.
flies in the face of how the DOJ normally liquidates other assets it seizes, is it not? There's more transparency involved, isn't there? Because even last time when, they sold Bitcoin, there was a lot more about it in the news, and this kind of seems like they're pulling this off in a shady uh, fashion. What's the
That's what I'm saying. So I
I mean,
agree
are
with
they
you.
OTC in these things
Yeah,
or
they
yeah,
just you guys underestimate just how much they hate Donald
Yeah, I
Trump.
know it reeks
You
of
know,
they're going to sell Donald Trump's Bitcoin is what it feels like. They're going to
yeah, that's
leave
what
him
it.
on zero.
so this
I
is
mean,
Yeah,
just
you
many in
can't
a
really
long
say
list
that
of
though. You can't really say that
goodbye
until it actually
presidents.
happens, right? Like there's no
Yeah.
confirmation that they've actually sold it. So you can't actually honestly just pinpoint and say they hate Donald Trump and they're going to sell the coins when they haven't done it yet. But they've moved it multiple times throughout the year to different wallets just to do the exact same for like
Well,
storing.
no, again, that's not
they
true.
do hate
So
Donald
let's
Trump.
just look at
So
the facts, right? They have on now on several. At least let's take the last 60 days. They've moved coins to Coinbase now on two occasions, to Coinbase Prime. But the wallet that they're using over at Coinbase Prime is a hot wallet. And if you look at you can actually look at the rules that govern the way the U.S. Marshal's Office and the DOJ has to maintain crypto. right? They're not allowed to use hot wallet or joint custody wallets. They have to be moved to specific wallets held by specific custodians that are approved, unless they're selling the coin, right? So they're not allowed to use commingled wallets. There's a
So you're
bunch of
saying
rules.
you're saying the only reason that they would be there is to sell them, basically, correct?
Yes, so that, and again, don't take my word on it. If Jason Lowery knows a lot more about this than I do, Brian Armstrong, the CEO of Coinbase, knows a lot more about this than I do, and they're pretty much openly suggesting in that post that those coins are being moved. And again, the rules, the very rules that the U.S. Marshal's Office has established for the custody of Bitcoin are they're very clear, right? So they say you can't use a hot wallet. And that Coinbase Prime hot wallet is a commingled wallet that they're sending the coins to. So they're either breaking their own rules or they're selling the coins. But
Well, it'd be
again,
interesting. I guess at the latest by January, I'm assuming for sure by the end of January, we'll know more, it sounds like.
yeah, and I think you're going to find out that this speed bump we've run into. It looks like we've run like flat into a brick wall when there's really no good reason to run into a
Yeah,
brick wall. I mean,
yeah, for sure.
if Ether's up 6% today and Bitcoin's unched, right? Like that tells me something as a trader, right? Like I don't
Right.
believe that
Yeah.
the market is all of a sudden assuming that ETH is a better investment or it's underpriced compared to Bitcoin. It simply says that there's more sellers than buyers right now, or an equilibrium of sellers to buyers. And the other thing that's interesting about the selling that's going on right now is it's aggressive, right? Like if you wanted to sell passively right now, you would just set a very low, put a VWAP order in and set a low percentage of volume that you want to trade, and you would sell it on the way up, right? But it's almost like an aggressive approach, which is fun. And,
Yeah.
and and by the way, it would also explain why Saylor has kind of hit the gas pedal on the ATMs, right? Well, remember, he originally said he was going to do, 10 billion next year, and he's already almost done that this year.
Hey
So,
guys, as an aside, am I the only one who finds it nauseating when Brian Armstrong moralizes on selling Bitcoin? Give me a fucking break.
You had me at when Brian Armstrong does anything, pretty much. It's nauseating. I touched
Nauseating.
base with Jason yesterday, and it sounds like he's not allowed to say a lot, but apparently the gist of it was working multiple angles, nothing solidified yet, and progress is being made was pretty much the vague thing. So I'm assuming he's talking everything from what his potential position could be, if any, to Bitcoin reserve. So he's vague. I know that. I know. I kind of agree with Justin on the list of FU presents being dropped. The pardoning of Hunter, the contract with um, some federal employees to be able to just stay in daycare. There's a long laundry list of things that are just definitely done just as parting FUs to basically the American people, but also the oncoming administration. So it wouldn't
it,
surprise me, but I don't want to, go out there and say I'm 99% sure this is why.
yeah, I think, well, since we started this space, I saw a blip of news that the administration now is going to release $50 billion in seized Russian uh, treasuries using both U.S. and Europe to release them to Ukraine. So I mean, it does feel like they're just throwing gold off the ship, right? And you scuttling the ship the best they can. So the new administration is handcuffed on multiple levels. So I don't know. I mean, under that theory, I don't know why would they keep the Bitcoin? They have no incentive.
I'm wondering if Jason's listening anonymously to this because he just threw something up saying he can't be invited to Washington until after January 20th. So that's an interesting thing to just pop up right then. So
That's funny. Yeah, no. So I mean, I suspect that there's a reason why we're kind of stalled here, and I expect we're just forming a coiled spring. The U.S. government doesn't have that many bitcoins. My understanding is
Yeah,
that of the 200 and some odd thousand that they hold, I don't believe they can sell 100,000 or more of them, as they are tied up in current litigation with one of the bankrupt. Maybe it was Bit some one of those bankrupt uh, exchanges has made a claim on them. So I
thank
think they're
God.
tied up. I know the Silk Road coins are free. They've received approval to sell them.
Oh, that's good news. Yeah, what do
So
you think that they're doing OTC counters, or are they doing just whatever, letting Coinbase do it, or what do you think they're how they're unloading these things?
yeah, it's a great question. So clearly they're moving some to Coinbase, but that move of 2 billion to an unknown wallet, that leads me to believe that there's something going on, that involves some broker dealer where somebody's friend is writing a forward and somebody's making 50, $100 million on the deal, and somebody's going to get a good job when the administration, the standard corruption you've come to expect from Washington.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you were talking about, oh, if some, Joe Blow or, quote unquote normal person was selling, they would do it in this manner, blah blah. But I really don't see, with all the catalysts and everything on the horizon, I would see the opposite, where anybody that had any common sense or the ability to predict the future would be unloading a bunch of coins right now. I know there was like the I don't know, psychological 100K wall and everything, but it seemed like right about that time, mysteriously, we couldn't
Yep.
break that, but it was more to it than just like this psychological barrier or whatever, where it's like, guys, now's the great time to accumulate, because if you see what's gonna come down the pipeline over the next year or two, like things are gonna go parabolic. Like anyone in the right mind wouldn't be puking out bitcoins right now. So it all makes sense, but
My point
we'll get back
exactly.
up there.
And again, seeing Lowry tweet that and knowing, he's probably a little more wired in than the rest of us, it kind of lent to my thesis, and I developed that thesis literally over that weekend, right? Like when we didn't even get.
Yeah,
What's interesting is we didn't even get to the 100,000 wall. We got $200 away, and then it was
right.
just
Yep.
a massive whack, right? Like somebody wanted to
Yeah,
make a
something's going
point
on behind the scenes. Yeah.
for
Hey,
sure.
we got a new speaker, Jack. How you doing, Jack?
Doing well, fellas. Yourselves?
Not too shabby. Do you have anything to interject on that, or if not, I think Cougs wanted to chime back in.
No, I've lost my train of thought, but I'll just I'll be quiet for now.
Enjoy it while you're young, because mine gets derailed like all the time as I'm getting older. So
I bet.
yeah. Cougs, buddy.
Two thoughts for you. One, there was a story out that Trump wasn't getting intelligence briefings because he didn't want to be blamed for anything being leaked. Two, and this is kind of counterintuitive, if the government is currently selling Bitcoin and depressing the price, that actually could play into the next administration's hands. If you want to buy enough to form a reserve, a lower price point is going to help you achieve that goal. So rather than them having to buy in at 120 or 150, if they start like right out of the gate buying in around 100, you're trying to cripple them. It's actually going to help them because it's going to keep the price down when they start to buy. And it's counterintuitive, but it's a thought.
Yeah, and once they start to buy, I think it'll quickly flip back to going parabolic again. I mean, did you guys see what Putin was saying today
Yeah,
about
that opens a
Bitcoin?
whole other can of worms right there, Lauren. I mean, talk about the spring being coiled. Um, and I'd like to hear Dark Side talk about that. But I mean, if that really began with the ETFs, um, I mean, bricks and Bitcoin is a match made in heaven.
Yes.
Bitcoin ticks all the boxes for bricks.
Yeah, it's funny about bricks. I'm sort of I'm a little bearish on bricks because in the end it's a trust me system, right? They require that countries hold 40% of their reserves in gold, but the gold has to be auditable, but yet there's no way to know whether somebody's rehypothecated the gold. And in the end, whenever we have these trust me systems, like OPEC or any other trust me system,
Or
right?
the
The
U.S.
second,
dollar.
yeah, or the US dollar, and the second someone starts to cheat, everyone begins to cheat, right? So, um, what makes Bitcoin perfect collateral is that it's trustless and permissionless, right? Like, it solves all these problems. If I'm Russia, I get the BRICS thing, and I'm trying to befriend China, and I have allies in the world when the West is trying to put me in the bullseye. So I understand playing that game, but if I'm Russia on the side, I'm loading the boat on Bitcoin. And remember, like, there's the single a way bigger catalyst than the U.S. government buying Bitcoin would be the Russians saying, "Hey, we'll accept 0.001 Bitcoin per barrel of oil, or we'll accept."
Would never happen.
Well, never say never, man. But if I was Russia, the best way I could mine Bitcoin, and I use the term mine, in quotes, is I would announce that I'm selling my oil for Bitcoin, and if you pay in Bitcoin, I'll give you a 20% discount to the US dollar price, and just watch what happens. That would be the ultimate, middle finger to the West. I think it would cause game theory for the Iranians and the Venezuelans to jump on board. And I think I don't see why you wouldn't do it. I can't come up
I
with a
wouldn't
good
even I
excuse.
wouldn't
Yeah.
even be surprised if they're already stacking, man. Like,
Who said it wouldn't? Who said that wouldn't? They wouldn't accept
Yeah,
it for
somebody
oil?
chimed in and said there will be
I
no
think that
oil
was
for Bitcoin.
Steven.
That
Who?
was
Steven,
me.
do you want to explain your reasoning behind that? I mean, to me, it seems like they're looking for
It's,
alternatives. I mean, even trying to come
it's
up with the
inevitable.
BRICS
It's
coin, they're
it's almost a guarantee they'll eventually do it. I don't know
what's
when,
up,
but
Asteroid?
hey, dude, can
Welcome
you
yeah,
to
I
hear
don't know
the
me?
why somebody said never.
yeah.
Like, that doesn't make sense.
You're in the bathroom again.
Well, I'd
In the
like to
Trump
hear
won't
basement.
what
allow it.
Steven, I'd like to hear what you said there, Steve.
I sound like I'm in a bathroom.
Yeah, get out of the bathroom, Asteroid. Sorry, Steven, go ahead. Just give us your explanation.
Yeah, I think Trump and Putin are in bed, so that won't happen.
So you think Trump will be able to smooth things over again and go back to the petrodollar?
I believe so. Yes.
Oh, that's interesting theory.
I
That
agree.
could very well be. Yeah, I mean that
I don't
sounds
I don't
reasonable.
I understand the
I think
point,
it's
but
more
I'm
than
not.
reasonable. I think it's what's going to happen.
The fact that
Yeah,
they
for sure.
the fact that they may be friends does not mean that Russia does not want to regain leverage. And Putin also is well aware that even in the best conditions, Trump's only there for 4 years, right? He's actually, I mean, just imagine that somebody came by and stole all your money, right? Like, what are we
Yeah, that's a
talking?
good point.
Three hundred
Yeah.
and sixty billion
Yep.
dollars, and now they're shipping it over to a guy who's throwing bombs on your energy infrastructure. So I'm not,
Yeah,
like
that's a great point.
just put two and two together. I think if Putin's looking to gain leverage with Trump, right, Bitcoinization of the Russian economy is the way he does it. That doesn't mean
It's the
he.
only play. It's the only play, dark side. Like, I completely agree. If you're looking to get leverage over that, especially with your enemies sending your own money to other countries just to bomb you, then Bitcoin's the way. I don't believe that they're not stacking or even trying to do this right now.
I agree, Journeyman. I think they're stacking hard, but again, they can't stack as fast as they would if they went the oil route. Like that. Think about how much they would stack, right? And they're forcing the others to buy it, right? It also exposes the U.S. dollar. It puts the U.S. dollar in a precarious position, right? Because as Bitcoin would begin to explode higher, like everything.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just.
all Trump talks about is dollar dominance, and Putin is going to do what's best for Russia, and
Well, we
Russia's what's best for them is escaping dollar dominance. So, I
yeah,
mean,
that's true. What
yep.
Darkseid was talking about with Swift, right, Justin? I just threw something up in the nest that Russia officially, so I mean this is not just hearsay, that started mining Bitcoin in November. So you know, when the words Bitcoin is coming out of Putin's mouth in a positive way, that even if Trump is able to smooth things over in the short term, which, you know, Darkside mentioned, he's a lame duck, he only has 4 years max. They don't want that Swift thing to happen to him again. They don't want to get caught in that mousetrap. Not to mention, there's other countries out there that are seeking ways around this current system. So I think that the nation state race and FOMO into Bitcoin is really set to start, or if not, already began in, you know, in the shadows. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's countries stacking already. And it is definitely going to be a game of whoever's in first is going to, you know, be rewarded the most. So it'll be fun to watch
If they
unfold.
adopt Bitcoin, it allows them to navigate. Nobody can navigate. Nobody can force them to do anything they want to with the dollar, with, you know, cross border trading, inflation, volatility. They already have passed legislation in Russia that's way ahead of what the U.S. has, circumventing sanctions, um, and not to mention how it would unite BRICS. That's very diverse. So Bitcoin is the answer. I don't see how it's not inevitable.
Right. And remember, we're sitting here in the US, we have incredible normalcy bias. Right. Like we have normalcy bias like I don't think it's ever existed in humankind.
Other than the fact that Hillary Clinton might be a a reptilian shapeshifter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
except for
other than
that,
that.
Just messing.
right?
Right. So
Go ahead and finish your
yes,
It's a
finish your
fair
point,
point,
Darkside.
though, if you really think about it.
right. Reptilians are definitely a factor in Bitcoin, but putting that aside for 1 second. Yeah, so the normalcy bias is just off the charts, and you have to remember if you're sitting over in the Kremlin right now, you don't have that bias. Matter of fact, you have the exact opposite. Like you have bias that, wow, did the world change in the last friggin' 6 years? Like they could never have expected this, right? Like they didn't even. I don't think in their wildest dreams they war gamed out that the U.S. administration would seize well, $400 billion of their reserves and just give them to somebody who wants to bomb them. Like that wasn't in their bingo card, right? So
Yeah, but are you accounting for the possible bias when you take into account that Putin may also be that he
you
may
lost
also
me.
be a reptilian shapeshifter?
Oh boy, here we go. Okay,
At least have you taken that bias
so
into account? That's my question.
so now we have two reptilian shapeshifters. We've got Hillary Clinton and Putin.
Yeah, we got lizard people.
Right.
Right.
Oh, they are turning the frog. They are turning the frogs gay.
Yeah, what do you have to say
Um,
to they are? What do you have to say to that, Astro Man?
Dark side, you're on the mat.
Sorry.
I don't.
Astro Man is telling me to say certain things via DM, but sorry about that.
It's all good. No, I mean, I enjoy good comedy, and but just getting back
It's
to the
funny, Jay.
getting back to the macroeconomics. And by the way, I'm more of a microstructure guy. My entire career has been microstructure, not macroeconomics. But it wasn't until 08, 09 when I was running a self-clearing broker dealer, and I actually witnessed the
Ooh,
world
fancy
almost.
schmancy.
Yes, sir. I witnessed the world almost collapse. And I don't think people really appreciate how close, how close we were to a complete meltdown when Lehman Brothers failed and Bear Stearns fell. Right? Like we did not know trades that were a T+2 settlement. We had no idea whether those trades were going to clear and settle and what we should do on the other side. The entire street went into meltdown. The DTCC went into meltdown. The OCC went into meltdown. It was terrifying.
It's funny, it all ties in together. I mean, he was just saying Hillary Clinton's a reptilian shapeshifter. You can thank Bill Clinton for repealing Glass-Steagall for that.
I think he
Yeah,
had it wrong. I think Hillary is more the spawn of Satan, but we'll leave it at that. But we took Jack Me off the stage. We got jacked off the stage. So sorry about that, Dark Side. Go ahead, and then we're gonna let
yeah.
Matthew interject after you're finished here. Sorry.
Sure, no worries. I was just pointing out that the system is exceptionally fragile, and our normalcy bias doesn't allow us to see it. But if having witnessed just how fragile the system can be, that was my impetus to just get out of all U.S. dollar denominated securities and to carry only assets that had zero counterparty risk.
Dark side.
Right?
You're completely out of any counterparty asset?
Yeah, I've been 100% out of counterparty assets since I guess '09.
Really? Wow. So you just 100% gold in Bitcoin?
Yeah, actually, it's funny. I mean, I was gold and silver. I was basically 100% gold and silver, and then I
No
just
stocks, no treasuries, nothing?
nothing, nothing. Keep
Oh
as
wow.
little in the bank. Keep as little in the bank as I need to.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and
Matthew,
look, I mean, I've told people like I was 100% gold and silver until 2013, when I read the white paper, and I became 95% gold and silver, 5% Bitcoin, and haven't really touched it of any really haven't touched it at all. And
So
today I'm
you think it's likely
99.
you think it's likely that they take our financial assets eventually?
Yeah, so I've mentioned yeah, it's kind of funny. So when I was running the broker dealer, one of my clients was David Webb, who ran Shaker Heights Capital back in the early 2000s, late 90s. And I went to Cleveland and met with him, and I thought he was one of the smartest, most genuine, down to earth guys. And you don't meet many of those on Wall Street, right? Like it's more the Lambo guys that run hedge funds. So when he I guess I'm not sure the year, but he introduced a book called The Great Taking, which everybody should either read, or even better, if you don't want to read the book, he has a 1 hour YouTube slash it's on YouTube Rumble called The Great Taking, where he walks you through. And again, this isn't a conspiracy. What he does is walk through the legislation and the mechanics that have been put into place post '08 '09. So the one of the big problems that came out of '08 '09 were the lawsuits that followed from all the different Lehman prime brokerage clients, et cetera. Without going too deep into the mechanics, there were a lot of lawsuits on how that was handled, and who deserves their securities back and who doesn't. And in the end, the DTCC really changed the rules such that it could never happen again. And the way they did it is by changing the seniority to security. So if you own 100 shares, or one share of, let's just pick IBM, right? Let's say you have 100 shares of IBM. In reality, you don't own those shares, right? You have a claim. This is post '08 '09. You have a claim on those shares, which are you have a claim against the broker dealer. So let's say you bought them with Schwab, right? Your claim is against Schwab. Schwab then has a claim against the DTCC, but the DTCC is not senior to Charles Schwab. So if Charles Schwab were to go bankrupt or insolvent, the DTCC can they are senior to your 100 shares of IBM, and they will take them in their claim against Charles Schwab. And he walks you through in the Great Taking. He walks you through the actual rules, how the mechanics, the legislation, everything that's taken place. And this just isn't on the U.S. side. This is on the European side as well. So the entire Western banking structure has been changed. The other thing that's super interesting that occurred out of '08 '09 is that the derivatives became became officially cleared, right? There's transparency at the regulator level of the quadrillion dollar in derivative exposure. So in essence, if they blow up, right, the DTCC will claim your securities against those derivative exposures. So the reality is, if you and he makes this point, call Schwab and say, hey, I'd like to get the certificate numbers on my 100 shares of IBM, right? If there's shares, they actually have a certificate number, albeit electronic, but there would exist numbers to those shares. They will not be able to give them to you because they don't own them. Like I said, they have a claim on them at the DTCC. So the entire structure of the U.S. financial system has changed to enable this great taking, right? This concept that in the case of a financial crisis, the government just takes it. Scary as that might
Mm,
sound.
Yeah, I
before
watched that and I was shocked by that because by the end of it, you realize like not only can they take it, but they can do so legally. You agreed to do it. You
Yeah.
agreed to it.
And Justin, what made my hair stand up on edge, the day they approved the ETFs, I said to myself, man, he's right. He is so right. And then just playing
hey,
in, just
we're gonna try to work Matthew in here because he's had his hand up forever now. But
sure.
hey, Darkside, before we hand it over to him, you were mentioning something, and then Asteroid actually stepped on you a little, and I was super curious to hear the answer to it. But you said you were 95% gold and silver, and you were 5% Bitcoin. What it sounds where it sounds like you were going, but I didn't hear was
Yeah,
that you really didn't do anything.
yeah,
Yeah,
today
so
I'm
you haven't been balancing or doing
nothing.
anything. It's just okay. Uh,
Nothing.
finish that 'cause I was
And
curious.
today, yeah, today I'm 95% Bitcoin, 5% metals.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just just
Seriously, that's crazy.
just completely never touch,
Holy cow.
just by not touching anything. And you know
Huh.
the
Yeah.
one benefit I had going for me is I hate paying taxes. So I just what
Oh yeah.
why rebalance, right?
Right. Yeah. Hey Matthew, sorry about the appreciate your
Oh, no
patience down
problem.
there.
It's very interesting. The geopolitics of Bitcoin is one of the topics that I find the most fascinating. And I just wanted to offer a thought, and then maybe later I'll ask a question about like the petro Bitcoin thing. But my comment is that I think that the appeal of Bitcoin for leaders is very interesting insofar as I think the next meta for politics over a solid 10-20 year cycle will be the reassessment of personal power and executive power from strongmen sort of leaders against the bureaucracy and the managerial class. And what's very interesting with this is like put yourself in the shoes of an autocrat or just a strongman leader like Donald Trump or Vladimir Putin, or not that I like to compare them together. I mean, obviously, one is very good man, the other is evil, I think. But any sort of leader that wants to wield strong executive power will see the appeal of Bitcoin because you can pay another leader or a foreign institution or an institution within your government without uh, uh, passing through the intricate bureaucracy that can and will subvert you, right? Just imagine Vladimir Putin will want to have his Kremlin wallet, right, with 10 billion, 20 billion bitcoins, where he can execute the payments himself under certain circumstances, and in a situation of asymmetric warfare, whether you're paying for hackers or for a mercenary group, this has very practical usage because you can you can make payments directly without subversive types in your system, your administration, and in your banks stopping you. So it's a tremendous reinforcement of executive power. And I think executive power will be the natural meta for the next 10-20 years because we're too bureaucratic, we're too legalistic, and nothing can get done. So as you see these strongman leaders take the reins of power, they will have an interest in self-custody.
That was super well said. Hey, before we go to Thomas, how are you, Thomas? What accent is that? I was trying to place it.
Oh, I'm French.
No, I was just wondering if it was French Canadian or
Yeah, French
you.
Canadian, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I grew up in
Matthew,
Canada.
that's interesting
And
stuff. I'm gonna take that to my LLM and work on that. Executive empowerment by Bitcoin. Yeah.
Yeah, that was good stuff, man.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Welcome, Thomas. Thomas, are you there, buddy? You got your hand up. Thomas, going once. Thomas going twice. And anybody want to reply to our French Canadian friend? Thomas, you're up whenever you probably can't hear me. It's my guess. Maybe we'll recycle him.
Hey, Loren, I just want to say one thing. If Cougs is still here that I had written down, I wanted to respond.
Oh, Cougs, we need to recycle him too. He couldn't hear either, so he was going to drop down. I don't know if. Hey, Asteroid, maybe you can send Thomas a message or something too. Go ahead, Justin.
Hey, Thomas.
I think Asteroid just sent the message. Hey, Thomas. I don't know if Cougs is still in here or not. I don't see him, but he said he was going to leave it to the experts. I'm certainly not that. In fact, I struggle with the imposter syndrome often on stages like this, but because I'm still studying and have so much to learn. But the one thing I was going to say, advice I give my friends who are still dabbling in crypto, if you have that trading bug in you, is if the goal is to save the Bitcoin for the next generation, then do not give in to the temptation. I see Cougs now to trade that Bitcoin when you think that you've reached the top, that you're going to sell it and buy back cheaper. Because when people do that, they end up with less Bitcoin. You don't get it back. So
Only sell if you want to buy something that you need, right? But don't sell because you think you're going to take profits and then buy at 80K. It's just a losing game. Hello, Mike. Can,
Yeah, sorry, I was sending Thomas a text to see. He's a
I
pretty
did
busy
too.
dude though, 'cause he's okay, good.
I feel like
He's in
I would say
politics.
that you should never sell, but like to try to sell to make more in altcoins or sell to try to scoop up cheaper is kind of a losing
Yeah,
strategy.
if you absolutely need it and there's like your back is fully against the wall, or you got something to take care of, or you got to pay something, like it's okay. Like I mean, you could just continue buying back as long as you're stacking, you know.
I mean, honestly, if we get to like 5 or 600 this cycle, I might sell for some materialism reasons, which which I know people don't like, but like I don't care what people like. I do what I want. But yeah,
yeah, it's nobody's damn business what you do with your Bitcoin anyway. So
Yeah, and we're all in different circumstances. I would be crucified right now because I've been actually spending Bitcoin for, stupid shit like cars and uh, cappuccino machines and
you
just dumb
have.
shit. But
Oh,
yeah, man. Yeah. Well, I'm
let's
in
see. I
a
want to buy like a
situation where
mansion. I'm like,
I don't have an income right now. So I have a little bit of fiat and a rainy day fund, but I really didn't want to use it. And I've got some Bitcoin, so I was like kind of congratulating myself for a job well done. And
there's nothing
for
wrong with
me,
that.
cashing out is enjoying life. So it's like
There's nothing wrong with that. That
yeah,
I
nothing
hate
wrong
the
with
attitude
that.
that there's something wrong with it, but there's nothing wrong with selling for like to enjoy your life. I hate the stuff where they're like, "Oh, I'm sell it now. I'm gonna sell it all," and then when the 8% drawdown comes, I'm gonna double my stack. That's the moron method.
I think the question I have for you guys is, do you guys think retail is back or not, or is retail gone forever?
Retail's gone from Bitcoin.
I
Like
agree.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
it's sad to me, but
Retail might be the ETFs now.
here's
That's what. Well, so listen, I disagree on the ETFs because I think the ETFs largely is institutional buying. I think
Yeah,
MicroStrategy is the retail play, right? For those who can't access the ETFs, and ETFs is increasing adoption. I agree with you guys, but I do think like how many friends have texted me about
oh my
XRP this
god,
week?
dude, I haven't had one fucking friend tell ask me
It's
about Bitcoin.
and like they're
Three.
obviously non Bitcoiners, right? They don't
Jesus.
understand Bitcoin, but they're texting me because
Same.
they know I work in they know I work
Dude,
in Bitcoin.
it gives me an aneurysm, man. I can't stand it. Like
It's
it
sad.
makes me.
It's sad to
I
see.
get pissed. That's why I'm so like hyper now. I'm pissed off about it because we've been
I
through
could
this so many
tell.
times. I can't believe this goddamn thing's back. I'm like, why is it back? How is
Bro,
it not
Yeah, I know.
dead?
Ripple does this every single time though. They own that shit coin, and then that coin does absolutely fucking nothing.
Will
Like
it never
all
die?
man,
Can it just die?
Ripple's just gonna rug pull on them every single time, bro. And it's just stupid. It's just stupidest thing.
But I guess my point is like I think Bitcoin is priced out of the retail market at this point, right? Where it's too high of a price for retail for like normal for let's just say non Bitcoin enthusiasts or non Bitcoin maxis like us to get involved in it who don't understand Bitcoin, you're looking at it and it's like, oh, this is too high of a price. I'm going to buy a shitcoin and get into that at a lower price and hope for the return to be the same.
Yes.
Right? We're
It's
not
just like,
understanding what
yeah,
Bitcoin is.
yeah, the psychological factor of like thinking something's like, oh, it's 100 grand, I can't afford that. Like, I forgot who was talking about that early on, where they're like talking. Oh, I know, it was Justin. Justin, you were talking about your shitcoin journey, where you were like, oh man, I can buy these for pennies and tenfold, and then I'll be. But that's before. It's a journey of knowledge and whatnot. So it's before your education process. But yeah, no, I agree, Brandon. That's a great point.
And like it's sad too, but I don't want to hear about this wealth cap shit anymore because I've seen so many times when people have opportunity to change their life, but they're just too impatient. They lack the discipline to do it. So it's like I don't know. You have
Man,
this responsibility over your life. What?
yeah, Asteroid, you're real triggered today, man. You're fired up about the XRP stuff.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Because
I
I
am
just know
too.
people in a rough state, and like I'm like, if you would have listened to me 10 years ago, like you wouldn't be in this. Like it just drives me insane.
I
Like I
agree
don't.
with you.
Pardon?
I think there's a lot of like I'm sure everyone's getting it that works in Bitcoin or is in Bitcoin that's getting text messages about altcoin, stuff. And you just can't convince people to see Bitcoin. Like you can tell them like, hey, I'm only in Bitcoin, and this is the path, but they have to go through that journey on their own, and they have to experience what we've been through and really understand and finding Bitcoin. And so I just based off of like the feedback that I've gotten from exchanges so far, even as of like 2 weeks ago, that retail isn't back for the exchanges on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
It just seems like it's not coming back.
It's
If
not
it doesn't
coming
come back at
back.
this level, what level does it come back at? You know,
No, none.
It's irrelevant.
It's
Yeah,
irrelevant.
that's good
It's irrelevant
points.
money.
Yeah.
The,
Next
the,
wave is companies, countries, etc.
the downside
Um,
is the Bitcoiners are going to be all rich with all the assets, and then they're going to be complaining. It's like, you know what I mean? They're going to be bitching about how it's not fair. That's what drives me nuts. Like in 10 years, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's annoying. Just you
Honestly,
had the.
I kind
no,
of
we
got
don't know what
lucky,
you
man.
mean.
Like
Tell us what you mean. This time, don't hold back.
What do you
You
What
go
do you
ahead and
think I
throw some
mean?
expletives in
I'm just
here.
saying, in 10 or
So,
20 years, when
say,
Bitcoin's like $5 million, we're all super rich, and the people buying
yeah.
alts are going to be dirt poor without a house or anything. They're going to be bitching about how it's unfair and there's this wealth gap. And it's like, dude, you had the opportunity, you just lack the discipline. And it's like you just didn't want to put in the work. It's like
No,
I
I
don't
know what you
know.
mean. I just wanted to hear you go off on another
At
rant
what point do you
again.
have to be like, listen, it's sorry. I don't know what to say.
yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, I was before Bitcoin, I was working in cybersecurity as a security engineer, and we sold my company to a publicly traded company, and I exited and got into Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining, and I haven't been like once I got into Bitcoin, I started figuring out how I can work in Bitcoin full time. That was it for me. That was like the path where it's like, okay, this is the future of finance. This is digital transformation of finance. How do I get into this? And now I've been in it for 3 years full time. No regrets. I totally see where everything's going. There's no other reason to be in anything other than Bitcoin. Like it's just Bitcoin. There's no altcoin strategies. There's no other anything else. It's just Bitcoin. That's the way this should be. But you can't convince everybody, in your life and the people that know you to be in it. And we've all been through this kind of. The last bear market was pretty tough, and but I think this is what happens. You have to kind of learn through these situations, and
Yeah, but it's not. It's. I guess the angering thing is, I know in 10 years they're going to be bitching at me and like
of
asking
course,
for money, and it's like I, it's just, and it like they haven't listened all this time, and I don't know. It just drives me insane.
I
I
think
I
really
just
I
like
think
what TC says, and he says that what we have to do is leave nuggets out there that people know who to come to when the time is right. But
this is the so I'm in Texas, and in the early days of oil and gas, they called them wildcatters, and we are literally the digital wildcatters of today, right?
Ooh, I like that.
We're the oil and gas guys of today that are taking the risk and gambling our essentially our lives on Bitcoin, but that will pay off in the long term, and that's what we are. We're digital wildcatters.
and if
Yeah,
you
and I
don't
think
post that in the next 24 hours, Brendan, I have the rights to steal that.
No, you can go
Visual
for it. Go for it.
standards.
I'm not a big post
Yeah.
holder, so go for it.
To go to Asteroid's point as well, I think humility plays a role here from our perspective or from our point where not a great idea to brag or to say how many coins you have or for, obvious reasons, but in 5, 10 years down the road, you don't want your
But
friends and family to know either because you
they
don't
already
want
know
it.
though. Like they
Well,
already know.
then shame on you.
We went out
Mine
to
kind of have
we
a
went to
clue. Like,
Thanksgiving dinner, and everyone's like,
yeah,
"You pay." I know you have Tesla
yeah,
stock in Bitcoin. I was like, I had to fucking pay for everything.
right. No, I'm in a similar situation. I haven't said shit, but there are signs. I mean, I have, you know, two 2025 vehicles parked in my
Dude, yes.
garage, and people are like, "What the?" Like they're worried about me. Like, "Oh my God, how can you afford the payments?" And I'm like, "Payments?
Unfortunately, I was spreading the
Yeah."
word like 7 or 8 years ago when I didn't think too much about it. Like no, I should have kept my fucking mouth shut.
Yeah, no, I was with you. Like when Bitcoin was $900, I was standing on the milk crate at family gatherings just preaching, like crazy, and a few people listened to me, but then the problem is most of them were riding my conviction coattails and not doing the homework on their own, and so then I'm the scapegoat for any, downturns as well. So then I kind of just took a back seat to it,
Oh,
and
same experience, huh? Or it goes down and then they bitch at you, right?
yeah,
That's why I stopped
exactly.
too.
Yep.
They bitch. They're like, "This was a Ponzi. I knew it. I should have listened to that guy in CNBC." And I was like, "Okay,
Yeah. Yep.
Hey,
peace."
hey, Loren, can you hear me? I did.
Yeah, there you are. Hey, how are you?
All right, I did take a work call that came in right when
I
I
was wondering.
jumped on.
Yeah.
I was listening to that great taking. Dark Side turned me on that, so I watched that documentary. Um, the thing I would ask him to think, because he seems to know a lot about the details of it. I would just say, if we get to that point of the financial crisis, and there is a great taking, um, I suppose having obviously self custody and all of that is 100% preferable to other protocols like having it in an ETF. But at the same time, think about all this. If it ever gets to that point where they're taking shit from people, uh, they're going to close the on ramps uh, from cold storage into the financial system. There's going to be a lot of hurt going on, and I would just ask, like, describe that scenario where we have basically the 2008 2009 financial crisis, but much bigger at the sovereign level. What else can they take? What's the society look like? What's that scenario look like? Because it's not just the taking at the DTCC, it's a much bigger program.
Hey, before somebody else jumps in, I thought the same thing, and I'm just hoping that there will be countries like El Salvador and whatnot still in the world that will be operating, on a parallel economy where Bitcoin exchange still can go on, and we won't have to worry about opting value back and forth between, US dollar system and the Bitcoin system. So, yeah, I mean, that's a worst case scenario, but I mean, that's one of the great things about having enemies in the world is, who knows, in 20 years, Russia might be a lot more free than the US, or maybe even sooner than that. And hopefully, some of these countries will be on more of a Bitcoin standard where we can at least memorize our words and flee to a country like that. But the average Joe would be screwed in a scenario like that.
Hey,
I
Lauren,
don't
And
know
and
what.
before
you said
Dark
it.
Side,
You
Yeah,
said it like right, Lauren. Like you'd actually have to be on a Bitcoin standard first before they actually take
for
anything.
sure.
So
Yeah, or there, countries in the world would be on some sort of Bitcoin standard, or at least having a circular economy that ran in Bitcoin. Right now it's on a really small scale in some places in the world, and some, like I sell eggs to one of the guys in here. What's up, Alan? On Bitcoin. So like it's happening in a really tiny scale, but we'd have to scale it up a lot before it would be, before people started, if our overlords started seizing all of our stuff, and they're not going to get my cold storage Bitcoin, obviously. But yeah, I mean, we need something in place just in case that kind of shit happens.
or just do it on your own. And Dare Vice would tell you leave the city and head out and get your
Right.
property prepped and have your shit in order, and be prepared mentally and physically for just such a scenario where not only would you thrive, not only would you survive, but you would flourish in that situation. And I'm working toward that. I think Jimmy is in here as well, who's a neighbor of mine down here in Baja. So I highly encourage. I see their vices up.
Got a couple hands. Maybe we'll let No More go for it, and then after that, Dark Side.
Yeah, I want to touch on the retail stuff. There's a quote, I think it's a Bob Marley quote, says that a rich man's wealth is in his city. So I know, it's easy to get discouraged with trying to get through to retail, but, in my opinion, the more of them actually get it, the smoother the transition will be for all of us. So, but then, on the flip side, the normal average person really doesn't own much these days. They have more debt probably than assets. So even in a changing world where they don't have any Bitcoin, in my opinion, it's still a better reality for them to live in. And then finally, on this last point about if the government's cracking down, you got to go to a country that actually you can use your Bitcoin, not have to put it on an on ramp or an off ramp. Yeah, those egg sellers, whoever said they're selling eggs, you're going to be sitting pretty. Because I bet overnight the price for eggs in sats is going to go crazy. So that's what I'm thinking about too. Like if things get really bad, what are actually important things that people will want to spend their sats on? Food's definitely one of them. So I want to be able to grow my own food,
Booze,
be able to
baby.
take care of myself. But
Whiskey.
yeah,
Yeah, no, you're right.
Hey,
That's a
and you
great
know
train
what?
of thought.
When that becomes really, really powerful is when you are neighbors with other people like that you guys can leverage each other. That's when it becomes really, really powerful. And man, that is satisfying to think about that and prepare for that.
I think we're at Dark Side now.
Yeah, so just to address Thomas, I think that was couple points. So the taking does not have to be a complete taking, right? With a great taking or 100% taking. I think the most reasonable result would be some type of bail-in where they take 50% of the assets to recapitalize the banking system and not institute a complete 100% government overlord. So, what would it look like? Just walk through it, right? You wake up on a Monday morning and the banks don't open, right? And the ATMs aren't open and nothing's open, and you kind of have this crisis, right? That's how it starts. Personally, I think it comes out of Europe, right? If Credit Agricole or UBS fail and Deutsche Bank fails, that contagion spreads almost instantaneously to the United States. So it might not even be of our own doing in that respect, or completely of our own doing. It's a counterparty exposure systemic failure. Um, but I don't. I think that problem. So to answer your question about on ramps and off ramps to Bitcoin, there may be things shut down for weeks or even a month, but then things come back to life. They have to, right? Federalism starts to look better and better, right? The concept that the states have more power than the banks. There's a lot of positives that would come out of destruction, right? Like the entire system of capitalism is based on destruction and then wealth creation, right?
Dark.
Why we've gotten into this problem is because there hasn't been destruction. There's been nothing but wealth creation for 40 or 50 years, and that's led us into the problem we're in today. So I would even argue that on some level, and I know this doesn't sound great, but on some level, a systemic failure would be a gigantic positive. I don't think it would be for the first month, but I think you come out of that in a much better and healthier position.
Why wouldn't they just print the money to recapitalize the bank in the United States? Dark.
Yeah, it's a great question because they did that in 0809, and it leads to, the risk of just printing the money in the case of, let's say, a 50 trillion, $100 trillion problem is that if you just print the money, you could run hyperinflation and then you destroy everything. Like there's two ways to get into
yeah,
a
you boiled
depression.
the
Well,
frogs.
yeah, you either you get into a depression through massive deflation or through hyperinflation. They both get you
Well,
to the exact same spot.
it seems like the Europe event though would be highly deflationary, and then they would print the money, But a lot of that money would just sit in financial assets, right? That weren't being spent anyways. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I would say the Cyprus model is
Yep.
where it would end up, where they would do the bail in. They go
Hmm.
to after the uber wealthy, go to the top, take the top half of what they'll argue is a stack or a wealth pile that you can't even reasonably spend in your lifetime. They're going to take the top half, put it into new bonds, recapitalization bonds, war bonds, whatever the hell they want to call it, and those will have low liquidity for a period of time, just like they did for Cyprus. But that when that Cyprus thing happened back in the day, I thought that was a test run to see how it would operate.
I agree 100%. I think it was a test run. I 100% agree with that. Right. And they've looked at how it worked out, and but ultimately there has to be destruction. The printing the money doesn't create destruction. I mean, eventually it does through hyperinflation, but it doesn't solve the problem.
I think at the point is also like how bad the destruction is and how much they can rally the normies. Like, in the 30s, I think in the Soviet Union, they pointed the finger at the farmers, right? And then all the farmers got murdered. So hopefully they're not pointing the finger at Bitcoiners and saying, hey, they're the ones that did this. They caused the problem. They got all the money. We gotta take that shit. So again, like, I think the softer the transition can be, the better. I mean, you may be stacking your Bitcoin just to survive. This may not be generational wealth necessarily. You may have to spend it to actually just live through if it's that bad, right?
Hey, Dorwise, you might just have to just find a slot and jump in here. I know you've had your hand up for a while now, but conversations have been flowing pretty good. Usually we go hands if it backs up a lot. So just try to find a place to slip in here.
Well, like on that point, they're already planting the seeds. Like the ECB's already put out papers and statements saying, like, look at what these Bitcoiners are doing. Like, they're the reason there's inflation. So, like, the active gaslighting has already begun. But yes, you are correct. Get the hell out of Dodge. Go out to the country. Like, stack neighbors, stack guns, stack ammo, and for the love of God, learn about permaculture and regenerative agriculture. Also, sell your house, sell your house, buy an RV, and build your new house by yourself, or with the help of your neighbors. I mean, you can get a decent little like roughing it RV for like 10% down and like less than $500 a month. And if you can live in that for 6 months, even if you don't know how to build, by the time you finish building, you'll be somewhat accomplished.
That sounds like becoming Amish.
I think I'm okay
Yes.
on that. I'll take my chances.
Well, and that is one position you can actually take on it. However, we are the cyber Amish. Like the state is not going to help us. We have to build this back ourselves. Like we are the men who come out of hard times.
Are Bitcoiners cyber Amish?
Loren, we've had like 5 quotes today that are like incredible
You need to
quotes.
write it down, man. Write it down.
I'm writing
Oh,
them
if you
down.
want another
I'm
one,
stealing that one.
abandon
Can
the
I
cities. Abandon the cities as they become rat kings, and then
can I
go
just
back
buy
and
like
collect
a
resources afterwards.
I'm
can I just buy
allowing
a rant?
24 hours of immunity, and then these are all fair game. These are public domain, and I will post them.
Can I just buy like a ranch in Nevada or Wyoming or something?
You guys
Sure.
should post them. These are great quotes. I got to sign off, but it was great listening and speaking with all of
Hey,
you.
man.
Good to see you,
Appreciate it,
Brendan.
Brandon. Great
Brendan,
thoughts, great insights.
Brendan, I'm gonna
Definitely
ping you later about something.
come back.
Is that okay?
Yeah, for sure. Anytime.
So we
All right,
have
bye.
executive empowerment. We have the wildcatters of today. We have a rich man's wealth is in a city, and we are the cyber Amish.
Can we switch it to cyber Mennonites? Because I was raised Mennonite, so I can identify with that.
You said that before. What is that exactly? I don't know anything
It's like
about
a
this.
division of Amish, basically.
Is it?
Yeah,
Oh my
it's
god.
not too far off. Yeah, Menno Simon
I
just
thought it was like a
basically,
centaur of some type.
Loren,
you
sprichst du
know,
Deutsch?
Do you not
no,
Sorry.
but
do you
a
not
lot of
practice anymore, Lauren?
no, I've gone through a bunch of, I'm well steeped in theology in general because I went and studied it. I've been to 6 different denomination churches and
What's your
blah blah blah
religion
blah.
now?
So,
None.
um, I'm kind of like I am with Bitcoin, where I kind of don't like to people get turned off by you hearing your faith for some reason, and
I
so
don't.
I'm
Even though I don't,
okay. Good.
I'm not turned off at all. I understand. People get mad
I
about it.
have
We've always
faith
been
in
people. People
I
get.
have faith that there's more to this than you know um, than just some
There's nothing wrong with
sporadic
that. I understand.
fucking yeah. So, but beyond that, I've also think that most churches have gone off the deep end and are
You
more
sort of believe it.
indoctrinating
You just think the
people. And
churches are corrupt these days. I agree with that.
yeah, it's sad, really. So it's kind of tough for me because I mean I've had leadership roles all the way down to almost getting booted for things that I've choices I've made in
But
my life. So
you're right though. Like I remember Nick and like a couple Bitcoiners posted that they like, believe in Jesus Christ, and people get pissed. I'm like, I don't believe in any of that stuff, but I don't know why they get so mad about it. Like, what do you get mad
yeah,
about?
it's trigger words for people, which you're
Why
right.
though?
It's touching something deep within them, or they wouldn't react the way they do, and they don't realize that they're actually more of a puppet by reacting the way that they do, and that's actually a greater sign than I have a degree in psychology too, so I try not to, but I find myself constantly trying to uh, go deep and figure out why people think and do and whatever the way they are and what they do. Which is one of the reasons I studied it in the first place, was to do that to myself because of how I was raised and steeped in religion and whatnot. So it's interesting, why people do what they do, why they think how they think, etc. So I don't know. I think it's a lot of those people have had a traumatic experience with a church or something, and so it's just one of those trigger points for them. And so it's to me, it's like, hey guys, you're really arguing about stuff that really involves faith, and you can't prove it via science or any other way. And so you should just respect one another and say, okay, that's cool. If you want to believe that, that's fine. I don't happen to believe that, and I believe this, and I want you to conversely respect me for my belief system. But you don't really get that anymore in society. You get people pissed off about, you know, stuff
It's
like that. Go ahead.
Lauren, I would say I believe everything and nothing simultaneously,
Yeah,
meaning that I
that makes
consider
sense.
everything, and so in a lot of ways, the whole crypto thing has elements of a microcosm of religiosity, right? So you have
For sure,
people
it's connected.
who have strong religious beliefs that it's Bitcoin and Bitcoin only, and everything else is heretical.
Well,
Uh,
if you think about it, right? Like most religions or people that are of religious faith, they're in it because they believe that's truth, right? And so when you find out the actual truth, then you actually just embrace it like a religion. So it ends up being very similar.
but the idea that um, there's some amount of hubris that you have as an individual if you think that you've got truth figured out, right? I mean, you may understand elements of it, but you
It's
should
either
be
hubris
confident.
or stupidity.
Well, yeah, they're probably on the same side of the coin, right? Uh, we should. It's like when people, if you're unable to question science, use science as a metaphor, then it's not science; it's a religion. Because people will say, "I don't want you to talk about that because it's going to threaten my belief system." And and I find that with a lot of the Bitcoin arguments, when you talk about the altcoins, and there's like 2 million of them, so most of them are shit. But to say 2 million out of 2 million are shit, some of them are going to emerge into having some interesting application. It's not going to be what Bitcoin is, but it's going to be something different. It might be really good, but not be able to explore it and discuss it and its relationship and the thing feels like a very strict religion to me when you
They get
can't even.
triggered, just like they get triggered from Jesus.
Well,
Yeah,
I think most of them have already talked about it, though. It's not like they're like, hey, I don't want to talk about it. It's just they talked about it already, like for so many years in the past. And it's kind of like, okay, fine, there's going to be some great use case in the future, but no one knows what it is. It's just like, hey, there's just some unknown and we should be open to it. But the problem is most of these coins are lying about things, right? And then it's fine if you want to
That's the
gamble with
problem.
them, but if you think this is something to hold, and people actually think that, then it's just a flat out lie. So I think that's one thing that kind of separates it from religion. It may come across that way, and maybe for some people it is that way. But from my perspective, like there's more talking that happens in this space, and it's just that people get tired, and it's like, fuck, man, I don't even want to talk about this anymore. We've already talked about this. You're a fucking retard. And then, that's how it comes across. You know what I mean?
At this point, I'll believe it when I see it. Not until then. I'm not discussing it anymore. I have no interest in it. It's Bitcoin for me, and maybe that's born out of my need for simplicity. But I've already been there. The disillusionment is infinite with all of that. Web 3. I mean, give me a freaking break. Web 5. Um, so I'm studying Bitcoin, man. I couldn't care less really what anybody else does. So I don't know where I fall on the religious spectrum, but I'll believe it when I see it with shit coins.
Justin, my interest is not in any one of these coins, but I would say my interest is in the concept of smart contracts and tokens for digital economy. And I suppose you could rejigger Bitcoin to do that, but it doesn't feel like that's the case, which leads you to alternate solutions. Now, I'm not saying any of these things are that, and most of them have a huge scam element where the founders are pre-mining and they're going to get rich, and it's just, it's out of 2 million, it's like, walking through the carnival and playing those games that you're never going to win. But the concept of a smart contract or a digital token for hyper commerce, like at the IoT level, I'm interested in understanding how that might manifest in the economy.
Well, I think that even the most skeptical of the ossification of Bitcoin crowd at this point is um, even the most skeptical is relenting to the fact that the smart contracts are probably inevitable, and there's probably no compelling reason not to go that route with Bitcoin. If I'm reading the room.
Bitcoin has had smart contracts from the beginning.
Welcome to the stage, Time Chain.
What's
I
up,
know
Loren? You can call me
jumped in here.
TC.
I know.
That's
I
cool.
know.
It's funny because I originally, before I even made Time Chain Calendar, I called myself Time Chain, and then I abbreviated that to TC, and then I made Time Chain Calendar, and it kind of just
Love
worked.
it.
Anyways, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
My point is that smart contracts is another one of these kind of catch-all phrases that has worked very effectively as a marketing term to make a lot of implications, at least like inferred promises. And it's really clarifying when you dig a little deeper. One thing that you find is that smart contracts are not what you think they are. Smart contracts is literally contracting logic written in code, which Bitcoin has, which a lot of the technology prior to Bitcoin has as well. It's not some magical thing that crypto unlocks. It's a very clever marketing ploy that a lot of these altcoins have really focused on that terminology. The implication being that there's something that this crypto blockchain here provides that's new. It's not new. It's logic. It's literally if this, then that, else that. And we have that in every form of code that's existed since we've had computers. We have that in Bitcoin all over the place. There's all kinds of specific uses of Bitcoin that involve things that could very easily be described as smart contracts. We just don't talk about them that way because it's just not really useful to describe things using those words. It's very useful to the altcoin projects to describe things using those words because of all those implications that infer that there's something special happening on those chains that's different from Bitcoin. And it's a classic altcoin thing to point at Bitcoin and say, "Oh, dinosaur coin, boomer coin. Oh, I like this altcoin over here because it has smart contracts." Never mind the fact that like Bitcoin has smart contracts too. Like it's a silly kind of thing when you kind of strip it down and you realize it's a very generalized term. It's not specific to crypto. It's not exclusive from Bitcoin. Um, I find it incredibly kind of like eye rolling and like this is typical of the kind of things that happens in the altcoin space where the marketing language changes the plot. And that's
TC, like I think
distracting, and it also like kind of gives people promises of things that don't really exist.
I think I've triggered you 2 days in a row.
What about
2 days in a row.
Thomas,
Web3
you're
though?
you're just
Maybe
you've got
Web
a lot of
What
this
about Web
language in your
6?
vocabulary, and it's not unusual, it's not uncommon. It's
Thomas is not a shitcoiner.
I'm just saying, like, this is
can we talk about religion again?
Hey,
something that should be um useful, because we all, I think, want to have better understanding about these things. And Bitcoin is incredibly useful in relation to talking about anything crypto, because all of that altcoin crypto stuff came after Bitcoin. Bitcoin innovated something really important, and then most of these other projects have abandoned the important aspects. And at that point, you're really just talking about generalized technology. And at that point, you run into this thing again and again where, why are you even using a blockchain as a data structure
TC.
instead of like all these other data structures that are more efficient and actually cheaper? And then it turns out the reason you choose a blockchain is because that's what gives you these tokens that people want to buy. And it just becomes very clear that most of this stuff is excuses for fundraising. That's literally what 99% of it is. And you say, hey, there's going to be some use case somewhere. You can't say that all of it is useless. I would agree with you. It's about how it's presented. Like, why do you use a blockchain and why do you have a token? Most of these things, even I promise you, there's crypto projects out there where there's very smart, very well-intentioned people pursuing things. It's just they're determined to make it work with a blockchain and tokens, when the blockchain and the tokens don't actually advance the functionality.
Dude,
And
you
and
actually
and
have the
that's
same
where
problem in
it's
AI
off
too.
base.
You have the same problem in AI too, where there's all these companies and all these projects across big large corporations that are using AI and generative AI and stuff that can literally use simple if else logic or linear regression or something simple, and they're spinning up all these GPUs. Like, that's kind of a big racket too, to be honest with you. Um, a lot of this stuff is just to get money. Like, these
You know,
the department of the
yeah,
corporation just says
100%. Yep,
generative AI to get funding, and they don't even
for
need the
So,
sure.
GPUs. They're
so
probably
let,
reading.
let me go back to what I said yesterday about this hammer and nail thing. I'll tell you specifically why I'm not pushing any coin because I'm not an altcoin fan at all. I'm just saying
Sorry, Thomas,
I
before you
want to.
proceed, do you concede with the smart contracts, or do you have a counterpoint to what TC was saying?
I operate at a higher level. I'm just interested in smart contracts as a concept. I'm not saying it's with Bitcoin or without, or it can only be done on Ethereum or Solana or whatever. I'm not saying that. I'm saying as a business application, I want the smart contracts. I'll give you a very specific example of where we could see transformation in the industry, and it has to do with complex supply chains where payment terms and financing of the supply chains becomes very cumbersome and very manually intensive. So today, what generally tends to happen is manufacturing companies are starting or pushing payment terms out to 90 days, sometimes 120 days, which is crazy. And they're using their supply chain to finance their operations. And they're batching the reconciliation of business activity and paying on a batch basis on a monthly basis versus theoretically if the conditions of the commerce are met. I think you have a very large commercial relationship that has 1,000 elements to it. Why am I batching up and paying once a month? Why can't I just use the digital activity to determine the micro payments that make up the macro relationship, and have agency in the contracts so that they are able to execute with elements of an escrow, meaning that it's not all of the buyer setting the rules. That you have to post the capital into these tokens that would be then executed based on objective criteria.
Yeah, I got you. That reminds me of a company. I know some of the people that work for them. I think they're based in Texas. They're called Sinota, Sinota, and they are working on electric infrastructure, doing stuff like same kind of concept. You know, people normally pay for their power on a monthly basis. Imagine you could wire up the meter that provides power to your business or your home, and you could wire that up to lightning payments that are basically real time paying for the exact usage that's on the meter. And there's huge efficiencies that can be gained from that as far as the electric company that's implementing this and simplifying and streamlining and making real time all of their processes. And then there's benefits and cost savings available to the customer. And so it's kind of a big win-win by like majorly overhauling the system. And as it turns out, with this approach, you know, they're using Lightning to do the micropayments, right? Um, but none of the other logic has anything to do with a blockchain or a token. Like it's all
Hey,
being run on computers and databases
TC.
and issued through the traditional like technology stacks. And honestly, like this is the whole thing. I don't think that there's no innovation possible. I just don't understand what they need a blockchain or tokens for. So all of these use cases that you come up with, I think are legitimate use cases. And in most cases, you can achieve exactly what you're trying to do with an AWS account. You don't need a blockchain. You don't need tokens. Those things seem to enter the picture because there's such exciting opportunities to fundraise once you have a token. Once you have a token, now you can sell those to the public. There's a rabid appetite for new
Yes,
tokens, and that is what most people are like the moths getting drawn to that flame.
for sure. No, that was well said. I 100% agree. I think, maybe Thomas is saying like, hey, maybe 1% of these will actually have some sort of use case in the future, which I really don't care about because to me they're all external and and I haven't spent much time, especially recently, even focused on researching it because it's not as important to me as money, you know, value. And so that's why I'm, more of a purist when it comes to the Bitcoin blockchain and I don't want a lot of spam on it or anything, which actually I'm more interested in what you think, TC, about second and third layers and how we could kind of see similar things emerge when something's going to be pawned off in the future as, oh no, this is actually operating on Bitcoin, but it's going to hit a gray area where it's actually going to be like another shitcoin phase with layer two, threes, and who knows beyond that. What are your thoughts on things being proposed as layer twos and threes, but are actually scams? I mean, even right now, we have a lot of things that I'm not calling scams, but they are, uh, you know, pegging in and out, like what Samson's doing with Liquid and stuff. And there's
Yeah,
things being,
yeah. I mean,
implemented and
Bitcoin's.
developed that we don't know what's going to happen, especially in the next several years as we, build on top of Bitcoin. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, Bitcoin offers us the super helpful perspectives once again, because Lightning as a layer two of Bitcoin, in some ways, it's just mind blowing how it is like literally the only legit layer two in all of crypto. Why, in other protocols, when they make a layer two, is it a new chain with a new token? How the hell is that a layer two? Lightning is a layer two on top of Bitcoin because all of the sats in Lightning are anchored in multi sig contracts on layer one. It's actual layer one Bitcoin that's locked up in those Lightning channels. And you have a one to one relationship of the sats, meaning that you're never going to have a discrepancy between the sats on Lightning and the sats on the layer one that are supposed to be apportioned to that layer two. And that is so instructive as far as what is the definition of a layer two and what makes something or makes something not a layer two. And to me, it has to do with that exact anchoring. If it's anchored in the proper way, then it is a layer two. If it's not, then what are we even talking about? Right. And so Bitcoin has a ton of this kind of stuff. It's an incredibly exciting time for additional layers on Bitcoin because you've got Lightning, which is constantly evolving and getting worked on. You've got Arc is a really exciting new concept for how to share UTXOs and allow people who maybe can't afford to own their UTXOs solely in the future in a high fee environment.
How
Do you have
Allows a
anything you
way
could
to
post?
handle that.
Do you have
about
anything you could post about that? Just for those of us that are curious to.
Um, I'll see if I can find some links to share. Let me just
That'd be
finish this
sweet. And
little
then
spiel here.
could could
So
you like hit on liquid and maybe like things like Fedimints too in
yeah,
your
yeah,
little speech?
I was gonna
Okay,
get to
cool. Okay,
Fediment.
thank you. Thank you.
So yeah, so there's art. There's another really cool project called Mercury Layer that has another whole mechanism for how to move sats around. But like all of these things have an anchoring mechanism where the value that you're transferring on those other layers is actually on layer one and is tied and anchored directly in a way that can't be manipulated or rehypothecated or blown out of its direct one-to-one relationship. Then you have like the whole stuff that's going on with Chaumy and eCash. Fediment is a federated version of using Chaumy and eCash on Bitcoin. There's another protocol called Cashu, Cashu, that is a single node, single custodian version of using Chaumy and eCash on Bitcoin. That is incredibly exciting because there's huge scaling possibilities to me with eCash as far as being able to bootstrap large numbers of people, huge populations with SAT denominated value. The eCash is almost like you could almost think of it like a layer three because it's anchored in Lightning. And so basically, you move SATs to a particular Lightning node. That Lightning node happens to run a cashew mint, and they can issue you eCash based on those sats that you moved in. And that eCash literally takes the form of a string of text. It's at that point literally like a bearer asset. You can send it to someone in an email or a text message. I don't recommend doing that, but you can. You can literally, any way you can move text around, you can move these sats around, and then it could be redeemed at the mint. And if you want to remove it from the eCash state, you can zip it out to Lightning and it's back in Lightning. If you're in Lightning, there's ways to send those Lightning sats back to on-chain Bitcoin, and you have basically now a system that's starting to emerge with all these different ways to be able to move sat denominated value around. And Bitcoin is evolving into a very dynamic monetary system as a result. You as a user, you get to decide, are you trying to have the verification, security, and scarcity of layer one, or are you trying to move that up to a particular layer two so that you can move it a little cheaper and faster without having to confirm blocks? Do you move it all the way to a Chaumy and eCash layer where it's super flexible as far as moving it around, but it's almost a little bit more fragile and easy to lose? These are all trade-offs, and if you think about the way you use money in the real world, it's exactly the same. You have a pocket full of change that you pump some quarters into a parking meter 1 second. You've got a debit card that you swipe to get your groceries at the grocery store. You go to your bank and you get a mortgage, to buy a house or buy a car. You go get personal loans and you can write checks and you can get money orders. And there's so many different form factors for dollars. I think we take that for granted, and you kind of need that if you're going to have a real world emerge where the money is used freely in the dynamic economy that we have. You have to have those layers. So Bitcoin, despite its reputation in the crypto sphere, is actually advancing at a terrific rate and has already incredible dynamicism in how you can use Bitcoin. You're not just stuck with the mechanics on layer one. And I think that
For
it's a
sure.
huge part of the value
Hey,
prop.
GC, before we let Thomas back in, maybe just for those listening that aren't familiar with the need or the necessity, maybe why we need these secondary layers, like the finite number of blocks available and transactions, etc. Maybe can you get into that just briefly, just to frame why we need these other layers?
You mean the actual like speed
The constraint,
performance or
yeah, exactly. Like in the future, we're not going to be able to, like, we still can, for example, buy small things on the main chain, but going forward, as Bitcoin adoption increases and whatnot, and things like the mempool, I haven't looked lately to see, how clear it was or whatnot, but there's a finite number of actual blocks that are going to take place every year, and those are going to be more and more in demand. Therefore, the cost of doing that, the price is going to go up. So
right?
maybe just
So
briefly get into
important
that.
perspective. Bitcoin is probably the best form of money, period, for moving around $1 billion. Like you could move $1 billion permissionlessly to anyone in the world for probably a couple dollars in a fee, and it's just shocking. And it final settlement in 10 minutes, and you're like, holy crap, that's like a miracle. Try to buy the proverbial cup of coffee on chain, and you run into this awkwardness around the timing aspect. Can you imagine going into Starbucks and telling everyone in line behind you to sit and wait for 10 minutes for a block confirmation? Or let alone sometimes it takes an hour or 2 hours even for a block to confirm. And what if you didn't pay a high enough fee and you're not in that very next block? So it starts to break down as a medium of exchange for small, immediate purchases. And this is one of the main reasons and needs that something like Lightning and these other layer 2 solutions directly address. Because basically by having SAT denominated value, Bitcoin denominated value that you can move without waiting for a block to confirm allows you the ability to do that proverbial cup of coffee purchase. You're at the barista and you get your cup of coffee and you scan the QR code and you pay however many sats, and literally in the blink of an eye, ding, Lightning payment went through, you're all good, they got paid, you got your coffee, move on with your day. That is a really important aspect of Bitcoin functioning as a medium of exchange out in the world. All these other things I talked about, like Arc and Mercury Layer, Chaumian eCash, these are all other forms of moving Bitcoin off chain, is what we say, which basically means you don't need to wait for a block to confirm the transaction. The transaction's confirmed once it's received, essentially, which can be basically in the blink of an eye. And if you start using these things, it's really magical, because if you've done a real Bitcoin transaction on chain and you know what that feels like to wait for even a few minutes, especially the first time you do it, it's a little nerve wracking, but you start imagining that sort of proverbial cup of coffee transaction and you can see how it doesn't quite work. One more important thing to mention in that context is that when it comes to fees for on-chain transactions, people are going to get a shock in the future. We've been blessed with really low fees for the last several years, with the exception of these times when we had these ordinals and these kind of things blow up the fee market, and the fees got extremely high for periods of time. In the future, it's safe to assume with more people using Bitcoin, those blocks are going to be filled up faster, meaning the fees are going to have to be pushed higher to compete to get into the next block. And small transactions, even if you could pay with a cup of coffee, even if someone was waiting and willing to wait for the block to confirm, you look at the amount of fee that you would have to pay, and you might be looking at a shockingly high percentage of what you're spending going to a fee. So spending $1 billion, that fee looks like minuscule, insignificant, and buying a cup of coffee, that fee is, well, it might be 50% of what it costs to buy the cup of coffee. And that's an unreasonable fee to a lot of people. I would consider that unreasonable. So for all those reasons as well, you need these second layers in order to allow people to use Bitcoin without
For
getting
sure.
punished with the on-chain fees if they're doing small transactions. And
Yeah,
you see
absolutely.
one more thing worth mentioning. You see this on environments like Noster. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Noster, but there's this new kind of like communication protocol people are building sort of social networking apps and stuff on, and they use Lightning as like a form of interaction with social media posts. They call it a zap, and you can literally send one sat, which is a tiny fraction of a penny, as like a like on a post. And so there's people zipping like micro payments to each other, and this can only be done if you have something like Lightning or other layer twos where you can move that value freely without on-chain fees being a factor.
Oh, that was well said, man. Thank you. We're gonna go to Thomas, but anybody else, put their hand up if you want to say anything. I know we've got some new people that I'd love to hear from. Corna something, Coina Carpius something, and then after Thomas, let's go no more.
Hey,
Point of
Question
Lauren,
I
real quick.
had was
Lauren, real
on
quick.
the
We got some breaking
Hang on, we're
news.
going to Thomas, and then throw your hand up if you wanna. Jeff, I think that's you. Just throw your hand up. We'll work you in here. We got a lot of people that are trying to pick TC's brain and whatnot. So Thomas, go ahead, and then no more. Work your
when I was
question after that.
when I was in Nashville, I sat through a session where they were talking about OpCat, which I don't think has been approved. And I'd just like to understand your perspective on that, because I don't know enough about the technical aspects and the problems about implementing OPCAT. What I liked about it was the ability to secure your blockchain position through uh, constraining its transmission to another wallet. So the way I understood it was, I have 10 Bitcoin in an address, and I can only transfer that to another address. And what that allows me to do is to secure both. If I lose the security or am hacked on the first one, it moves to another vault, which has maybe a different set of protocols, and it protects me from identity theft, a gun being put to my head and saying, "Give me your coins," and I say, "Hey, I can only get access to the first vault, not the second vault. It's time locked." There's a whole bunch of things you can do there. Can you speak to that, OPCAT? But not so much. I want to understand the technology, but really that functionality to me is something that I would want to see in the marketplace.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a very important uh, sort of umbrella of functionality that we call covenants. That's the word for that type of functionality, and it's not specific to OpCat. OpCat is just one approach for trying to achieve functionality like that. So essentially, a covenant is a rule that has to be respected about how that Bitcoin moves from a certain address. Bitcoin is built on rules. You know, your Bitcoin shouldn't be able to be moved unless it's signed with your private key, right? That's a very important restriction on the movement of Bitcoin, correct? It's like your ownership depends on that restriction. So, covenants is a set of restrictions on a receiving address for how that Bitcoin can then move from that receiving address to another address. And then we call that covenants. There's a lot of different proposals out there. I'm personally a fan of CTV, which stands for Check Template Verify. It's another proposal for adding functionality to Bitcoin that would allow, among other things, covenant functionality. That proposal came out years ago. OpCat is kind of a relic of Bitcoin that was actually removed by Satoshi in the early days. It used to be in Bitcoin, and there was a certain point when there were some significant bug fixes being made, and during that time, Satoshi decided to remove a couple things, including OpCat. The people that like OpCat are fans of doing covenants and oh so much more. OpCat is generally a very um, simple, kind of primitive functionality. It literally, the cat stands for concatenation, which in coding means taking two things and sticking them together. If you write the word hello and then you write the word world and you concatenate those together, you get hello world. You get one string with those two words glued together. And so people want to add that to Bitcoin so that they can do interesting things on the Bitcoin script stack where they're able to take information and stick it together with other information and achieve some functionality that you couldn't do otherwise. Now, that being said, there's a way to describe it where it sounds beneficial or it sounds cool or it sounds like something we should have. It's just that it's actually a little bit more of a broad kind of function to bring back into Bitcoin. And in the context of what a lot of people are trying to do on Bitcoin, it actually unlocks potentially some functionality on Bitcoin that people don't think should be there. In addition, and more importantly, you can do covenants with OpCat, but it's highly inefficient. You know, in code, you could achieve the same functionality 100 different ways, and people can reason about, well, what's the more efficient way to do that? And OpCat is just not the most efficient way to do that. So it's a useful tool for people who trying to do certain things. It's not the most efficient way to do those things. There's other competing visions of how to achieve covenants and other functionality that are not OpCat. I'm more of a fan of one of those. And there's a lot more to say there, but it gets really technical if you want to unpack it further. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, I would just say I'm interested a little bit on the technology side, just to understand some of the debate. But frankly, I really just want the outcome, which is the ability to secure at one more layer. uh, you've got your private key. You can have the 12 words that regenerate that private key for you. uh, but even that, you can now you can put it into a vault that has different protocols, a time lock vault where it moves from one place to another deterministically.
Yeah,
uh,
hey, we
that
have time locks already. We do have that ability. We don't need opcat to do that. So that's the interesting thing, Thomas, is that Bitcoin actually has a lot of capabilities that people don't regularly use just because they haven't gotten that deep yet. It's a progression. It's like you want to understand what it is to use a single sig wallet before you embark on trying to understand how to use a multi sig wallet, and so on and so forth. There's just layers and layers of complexity, right? And you might look at how you've done money in your life since a child, and maybe you started with a piggy bank, and now fast forward to today and you use money in a much more sophisticated way. Bitcoin's no different. And I think that even with the way Bitcoin is today, without any changes, there's many, many layers of sophistication that could be added. And then there's certainly more layers of sophistication that can get unlocked in the next soft fork that brings the next set of updated possibilities for what could be done with the code.
I mean, for holding stuff in cold storage, the fear that people have is, I put it there, I get hit by a bus, no one's going to figure out how to do it. Now, I know that there are multi-sig solutions with like Unchained and Casa and things like that. That is not uncomplicated, and 90% of the people in the boomer class are just not going to go there right now. Now that may change over time, but it seems like if you could create a product that um, had uh, smart contract functionality on the cold storage, where on your demise or your incapacitation, that was objective, not a subjective incapacitation, that the what you're holding in your primary vault then moves to a maybe a series of vaults where you could distribute it to your children or your heirs, or some other kind of protocol that you want. That would give uh, boomers, I think, a little bit more confidence about stepping into that world of cold storage. That seems a little scary to them. I mean, you
Yeah.
know,
I mean, look, there's two different levels of it. One level is what the protocol is capable of. And the other level is what tools you actually end up with in your hands. And that includes software and hardware and services through institutions. Like there's just so many different ways to actually use Bitcoin depending on what tools you get familiar with and end up with at your disposal. And so when you're talking about these things that are sort of aspirational, they don't really necessarily exist yet. I would say, first of all, there's actually quite a bit of stuff that's capable now without any changes to Bitcoin. But really, even with the advent of OpCat or CTV or some other change to Bitcoin, there's then multiple years of product development that comes after that, where okay, now that new op code is available, or now that new ability is available in Bitcoin, and it takes a couple years for really polished, really highly functional tools to emerge that take advantage of those features. Taproot was brought into Bitcoin a couple years ago. And, there's the whole community of people who are doing ordinals and stuff that, jumped on using Taproot functionality more. There's a lot of other Bitcoiners, they just haven't really explored what Taproot can do for them. I would say there's not as many tools out there for just the average stacker and hodler that really take advantage of some of the things there. So that all takes time. There's just a delay in the ability existing and being live on the protocol, and then really polished great tools getting crafted by companies and developers that provide those abilities to the end user. I would tell you, you should be optimistic, because I think by the end of this decade, we're going to have what looks like totally sovereign um, inheritance planning directly in the
so
protocol of Bitcoin. You're
so
going to be
so
able to
now
basically outline exactly what you want with your funds and who has access to it and when, and you'll be able to actually put that into scripting language and execute that.
So think about it. Now, so the inheritance issue is one thing, but I'm going to tell you the killer app is going to be where I can treat these vaults as escrow vaults and start to securitize ownership and take loans on it. And this is where you get into objective criteria for smart contracts that says if the loan is not paid, the Bitcoin in the vault is transferred to this address. If it is paid, it goes to this address, and that will allow for some really cool loan products for people to hold their Bitcoin and take loans against it. And as long as they make good on the payments, they get to keep their Bitcoin and not have it liquidated. That that is, to me, going to be a killer app in the next few years if you can figure that out.
Hey, TC, we really appreciate you just sharing knowledge with us today. I know a lot of people are commenting how much they appreciate it,
No
and
worries. I
yeah,
like
no,
to talk about this stuff, so it's no
yeah,
thing.
me too. I love it. No more. You were waiting
Yeah,
in the wings, and then Jeff after
I'll
that.
be quick. I just wanted to put two things together. Lauren said he's not interested in other coins because he's interested in money. And TC mentioned, why do you need a blockchain or a token? So I think it's an important thing to realize that blockchain has been around for a long time, and money was really the only good use case that anyone has ever found of it. So the thing is, if you're using a blockchain, you're trying or a token, you're trying to create money. Then you have to remind yourself what the properties of good money are, right? And the fact that it's a winner takes all market. So I think that's an important thing to realize. And then secondly, I made this film, No More Inflation. People can pay for it in Bitcoin. It's $10, and uh, I don't accept on-chain payments because it just doesn't make sense for them. It doesn't make sense for me. I take it in Lightning, and once it accumulates 1 million Sats, then I move it on chain. So some people can look at that as a negative, but I look at it as a positive. The space is maturing, and it's working. So that's all I wanted to add.
Got a pretty nice candle going on right now, too. We're over 98K.
Sweet. Hey, Jeff, I know we cut you off earlier. Did you want to say
No, you didn't. I did.
Holy
I did
moly!
not have anything constructive to add. I was just, trolling TC. That's all.
Hey
Yeah,
Jeff,
Lauren,
since you're on stage, do you
that
want to
was
share with these gentlemen what you think the peak of this bull market will be? Because Jeff's got a pretty awesome vision for where we're
Sorry,
going.
It was Darkside that was talking, and he sounded like he had some breaking news. That it wasn't Jeff, so maybe we let Darkside go real quick.
Oh, sorry.
yeah, just real
No,
quick.
that's fine. I didn't want to
Um,
tell anybody what TC was asking me to tell everybody. That's fine. I'll wait.
so just about an hour ago now, Federal Chair Powell said, and I quote, Bitcoin is used as a speculative asset. It is a competitor with gold, not the US dollar.
That's exactly
Um,
why I came up to say that, bro. That's probably why
yeah,
Bitcoin's pumping right now.
yeah, oh, it's of course why Bitcoin's pumping. This is a massive policy shift for the central banks. I mean, they these words are chosen extremely carefully. The questions are prescribed, and for him to assess Bitcoin as a competitor to gold um, is a monumental policy shift of central banks.
Thing is, he said it's
So
not
Yep.
a competitor to the US dollar, which I don't necessarily agree with because I just think it's better. So,
He has
like,
to say that though.
you know,
I mean, that's it.
yeah.
He's
yeah,
literally the fucking, the Guardian. He's the US dollar czar, like that's his fucking job to say that, of course, this is not competing with the dollar. Are you serious? There's no way. Absolutely not. It's gold. It's competing with gold. It's fine.
yeah,
The
but the
dollar's
the
fine.
the implications of the words Bitcoin and gold in the same sentence from the Federal
Yeah,
Reserve
no,
that
there is no diminishing that whatsoever, and it is a complete
that's
180
massive.
from where they have
Yes.
been in the past, like for the first time on the national stage, like not hush hush, quiet, said, in a small interview. It's like right out in front of everybody, just putting it
Guys,
out
I,
there
I
like
hate
that.
to be a buzzkill right now. Can one of us please go check on Peter Chef? Is anyone available to do that? Just
Just
take a
like a
minute.
wellness check. Anybody live near him? Just go knock on his door, make sure he's okay.
Peter Schiff is probably
He
trolling
probably has
everyone.
more
He's
Bitcoin
probably
than
been
everyone in
stacking
this
Bitcoin
Yeah,
space
for the last
this guy
decade.
probably
Exactly.
sold all of his gold too to buy Bitcoin, dude. He's just an engagement farmer, man.
Hey, I want to hear this TC question to was it Peter or Jeff? Yeah. What was
Okay,
the prediction here?
so
Let's
so
hear
the
it, Jeff.
top for this cycle is 1.56 million USD. Okay, all
Let's
right, that's the
go.
top for this cycle. Couple reasons why the six-figure cycle was stolen from us last go around with the combination of FTX and the China mining ban when 50% of the hash rate just kind of disappeared. That effectively neutered what was supposed to be the $100,000 Bitcoin run. Okay, so and everybody's expectations are adjusted lower right now because of that, right? Take that into combination with your Larry Finks of the world. Larry Fink didn't get into this game, to fucking make the Bitcoin ETS and then just to tokenize all the assets, which is his real goal. He didn't get into this game for a fucking, a cycle top of $160,000 of Bitcoin or $200,000 of Bitcoin. $1.56 million is 100x off of the bottom of last cycle. Okay, about 15,600, you could say. It's pretty close to the bottom point, maybe a little lower than that. But 1.56 million will be the top.
I like it.
Yeah. Nice. No,
I,
I agree. Sounds great.
Hey,
I'm
I was
looking
curious.
at the
Did you guys
chart
mention
and
earlier before I joined? Did you mention the Putin comment?
We
Because that's
did
another
actually.
comment today
Yes.
that's worth noting.
Yeah,
It's
no,
kind of
100%.
significant.
Yep. No, we actually threw something up in the nest regarding Russia even mining Bitcoin as of November. So yeah, we
You
definitely
know,
hit that one.
100 terahash that they've got in the Russian mining fleet is mine. I was a customer, unfortunately, of Compass Mining last cycle, and I had one machine hosted in Russia, and that was basically lost thanks to
Oh
Janet
man.
Yellen and the
All right.
policies thereof. So Putin's got at least 100 terahash
We know he's
that
got
I
100
donated.
terahash.
Yeah, let's not pretend
Courtesy
it's
of
just
TC.
rhetoric because it's not.
No, it's not. Our French Canadian friend Matthew.
yeah,
How are you?
I just wanted to say I'm looking at the chart since Fed Powell made that comment, and there's lots of liquidities between 99,000 and 100,000. I think this could be the day. It it looks like we're going up to 100K.
It's pumping massive,
Yeah.
bud. Like this is crazy right now.
I got 98,700 on my chart.
Wow.
Yeah, you just can't underestimate enough what
Yep.
it's not just a US statement. This is a global statement from the leader of the global central
Well,
banks.
it's also that people are slow on the uptake of big pivots like this in narratives, like around Bitcoin. They've basically been told for 15 years straight, this is a scam. This is just for criminals. This is thin air. There's no intrinsic value. They hear these things repeatedly, and it's not just overnight or even in a matter of a few weeks or months that people are able to grok a 180. And so I feel like this is kind of the next wave of what will be a continual wave of realization as the bull market continues, that the prior narrative no longer applies, and that's going to take serious time because most people still haven't really even caught wind that Bitcoin's on a run. That is part of the significance of breaking 100,000, is that that's just going to amplify the attention that's put on Bitcoin, giving more people an opportunity to realize that it's a different narrative behind the market at this time.
98.8.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to add that there's news that the French government is collapsing, and so that's also very bullish. That 2 days after they wanted to levy a wealth tax on Bitcoin, the government is in scramble. And,
Wait, what's happening with
oh,
the
They
French
want they
government?
want
Do
they
you know more
want to
details?
make unrealized
Vote of
taxes
no
going to be
No, I
confidence.
heard
Vote of
about
no
that, but
confidence just happened.
what are you
yeah,
Vote
referring
of no
to?
confidence just happened.
No
yeah.
Yeah, vote of
confidence?
no
So they're
confidence
dissolving
just went
the
down.
government, which is big
You'll love
Wow,
because
to
Loren,
see
you
it.
get breaking news on
a
your
month and a
space.
half ago it was Meloni who wanted to tax Bitcoin, didn't go through.
Breaking news. No, sorry, I was too busy trying to copy and paste your wonderful work with time chain into the nest, so I was kind of half paying attention. Sorry to whoever I interrupted. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. So Meloni tried to tax the Bitcoin in Italy and didn't go through. Now France has a dissolved government over it. These are very, very good precedents because it means if you try to legislate against Bitcoin, you hit your head against a brick wall.
Putin said it this morning. No one can control it.
So what are we all doing for the 100K party in our local areas this week is the question, I guess, huh?
Sailor
What
keeps
do we got?
asking
We
me
got
to
Oh,
go, but
listen.
I keep turning him down.
Are we getting close to
Well,
99?
we're not going to have a fucking 100K party now that you're fucking asking that, asshole.
Sorry.
Thanks
Oh
for
my God.
ruining it
I will
for
take,
everyone.
well, yeah.
Thank you.
99,000 on Coinbase.
Oh my God.
Dude, look at
Nice.
Ethereum. Ethereum people are about to be fucking insufferable. God damn it, dude.
We're all probably going to be right here when we hit 100K because it's probably happening in the next couple of candles.
Shit. I
Why'd you
better
say
get
it,
a
Ed?
Well,
bowl
Why'd
ready
you say it?
then.
let's change the name of this space to
No, just wait. Just
100K.
wait. Don't do it yet.
I was at BitBlock Boom a couple of years ago, and I bought on an auction this glass bowl that you can fill with whiskey. And yeah, each time it hits an all-time high. Well, I mean, I haven't been following it lately, but definitely gonna pour some out of that once we hit
I do
100K.
have a special jar of cured cannabis that I pull out only for very, very special occasions. So might be having to go grab that here in just
Smoke
a
them if you
second.
got them.
Pass to the left.
It seems like a Bitcoiner thing. The last conference I went to, there was a lot of partaking going on, which I really respect. I don't partake anymore myself, but I really appreciate freedom. And I think one of the reasons I love Bitcoin, probably the number one, is the freedom tech. So I'm all about freedom, boys. So smoke them if you got them.
It's.
Imagine
Well, if you
not
think
I
about
think
doing
it,
it's a.
drugs at the
it makes
Bitcoin
a lot of
I think
conference.
it's a
sense, right?
sovereignty thing,
Sorry to let everyone
to a
down.
certain extent too, right? Because, as the great Bob Marley said, "Herb is a plant," and this is something that a lot of people have kind of lost sight of in our modern world. I find actually some value there. I enjoy to smoke because, especially the last year plus, I don't drink anymore. I stopped drinking alcohol for dietary
Yes,
reasons,
that is the way to
and
do it.
it's just a little bit less of a toxic thing in your body. You feel less of a cycle of your body having to fight off this toxin on a daily basis,
Right?
and so
Remember
there's some
hangovers?
benefits.
Don't miss
Yeah,
that
I,
shit.
I
It's
Fuck
not
that.
barely I
worth it.
remember that.
Okay, well, TC, I'm having like 3 extra shots for you, buddy. That's happening right now. So.
Yeah,
I'll
there
have a
you go.
couple
Do it
too. I've
for
got
me.
some
Thank
old
you.
scotch from. I think it might bust. I'm pretty good friends with Eric V. Stacks, so he supplied some pretty good stuff for the meetup in SoCal. So there was definitely some folks that weren't used to that. I don't know, strength, I guess,
The NorCal
of herb.
skunk.
Yeah, well, it's Humboldt County, baby. So Humboldt's known for its good stuff. I did grow for a while.
Legendary
It was
shit.
a handful. Yeah, exactly. So yeah. So it'd be cool if we could hit 100K, guys and gals. That would be awesome. Corna, don't even put your hand up. Just come on up and say something, Corna.
Oh, okay, because you mentioned the hand rule before,
Cornucopia.
so I wasn't sure what
No,
was
I
going
know.
on.
Thank
What
you.
was it?
Sorry, it
But
was because, but then we're just kind of free flowing now. So fly
oh,
at it.
okay, cool. No, but I just wanted to say, like, if you think about it, right, it makes sense because contrary to popular belief in NGU, there's older Bitcoiners that specifically came here for medium of exchange, and the medium of exchange was for things like weed. So, the idea,
Exactly.
right, that like there's so many people that partake or at least have a very liberal ideology in relation to that in this space, yeah, it's not too far fetched.
Man, whoever bought a bag of weed for Bitcoin back in the day, that shit must have I swear to God must have given you the best exotic high of all time.
Oh
$2
man.
million weed.
Oh man. Let's
So
not talk
I can
about all of
attest
the.
it didn't,
I buy
Let's
my
but
not
I can
talk
stuff.
also
about how
say
much
that
Bitcoin
if it
was worth
wasn't
at
for
the
that
time
bag,
everyone was
I
using it
wouldn't
on
be
the
here
SoCal.
now. So it was worth it, right? Because if it wasn't for that bag, some of us wouldn't be here.
Yeah, so I buy my
Exactly.
stuff straight from a farmer too, and he's a Bitcoiner, so he's still holding it. So it's kind of a double positive because it's like I would have spent it anyway, and now that guy's got more value for his shit. It's like it's beautiful.
We are
There's
a
another quote.
cunt hair
There you go.
away from a new all-time high in gold Bitcoin.
I
Gold
don't
versus
enjoy those.
Bitcoin.
If it weren't for that bag, I wouldn't be here. I mean, there's so many great quotes coming out of this one. It's amazing.
Hey, Loren, I hope every single person in this space follows Eric V. Stacks. Man, that dude is 100% legit. There's nobody
He
more
is. I
real.
hope
Him and his
quotes
family,
not to
man, they
riot.
are top notch.
Yeah. No, he's
Oh
awesome.
yeah, no, he's an excellent human being and apparently a very very skilled grower.
So
All of the
based.
above I can sign off on. Yeah. No, he lives very close, so I actually can visit with him in person
Yeah, I met him
frequently.
in Nashville.
Yeah, great guy.
You guys saw we just touched 99, right?
Nuh-uh.
I got the Bitstamp chart up, and that one's just under
Yeah,
99.
Bitstamp is
Mine shows
usually a
just
little
under
bit
2.
under Coinbase.
Yeah, I was looking on Coinbase.
Well, I'll believe we're going over 100,000 when Coinbase goes down. If Coinbase doesn't go down as an exchange, then I'm not sure we're going to break it.
Touche. Hey, welcome to the stage, Puncher. How you doing, Puncher? Maybe he's not there. Anyway, exciting countdown going on. Oh, he's still.
You guys know that some of us have these crazy eyeballs on our profile pictures.
Yeah, is that yellow?
It's for it's solidarity with yellow until we reach 100K. This crazy Greek has
I
been
like it.
hosting a Twitter space for over 3 years. Every single day he plays "Don't Stop Believing" by Journey. 3 times, not once, but 3 times every day for the last 3+
Over
years.
1,000 days.
It's
That's crazy.
really really an amazing thing if you get a chance to catch that space. It's usually like 1 or 2 in the afternoon my time. I'm on Pacific time zone. Keep an eye out for it.
He must be losing his bricks right now.
He's not going to stop, is he?
Oh yeah, no, he's gonna stop when we hit 100K. That's the last day of that thing, trust me. And then we're not gonna hear from him for like a month. He's gonna just go on vacation and get his
He's
sanity
in
back.
Spaces jail right now.
He doesn't really ever have people on stage, right?
Never.
Pulls
It's
in like 500
crazy.
people at a time
It's like
just to
stand up.
listen to "Don't Stop
Well,
Believing." It's
that's what's
crazy.
wild is like he has over the last 3 years developed mad skills at sort of like DJing his space. His segues are just seamless. He's got always in between the songs, he's got commentary where he's talking about whatever's going on that day or what the sentiment is like, and he really speaks from a very impassioned and righteous place as far as the sort of Bitcoin maxi community. He really understands deeply what a lot of people are feeling, and so it's been kind of a helpful thing to be able to participate in that, especially during the bear markets, like when we were all expecting to go to 100K and he started that space, and then we descended from 69,000 all the way down to below 20,000. That was a psychological challenge for a lot of people, and one little bit of help there was that every day we could all go to "Don't Stop Believing" and be sort of uplifted a little bit. And I really appreciate him for that, and I'm never going to fucking forget it. I think years from now I'll still be telling people about it. It's sort of a legendary thing that he committed to. So in these last few days, we are standing in solidarity with Yellow and wearing his goofy eyeballs, and
Yeah, I noticed a lot of you
don't stop believing.
TEM guys, your triple elite memers, especially have the eyeballs on. So good for you.
I'm not an official triple elite memer. I'm only an honorary member.
Yeah,
TC is TEM adjacent, and we appreciate him for it.
Can you guys hear me? We can hear you.
Butcher, there you are.
Yes.
How you doing, Kevin?
I'm great. I'm a mile wide and an inch deep today, but I'm great. And my biggest stress is that I got a bet with Beagle and Fred, and I got a bet with a buddy of mine for dinner at 100K, and I'm stressing out about that. So that just tells us we're anti-fragile. That's our biggest concern right now about Bitcoin. At least it is mine.
Wait, do you win your bet if we hit it now, or
Well,
are you trying to get it to hit later?
Well, it's got to be above 100 on December 31st at midnight East Coast time. So 100 or more. And then I think the Beagle one's like 102 maybe with Joe C. But Joe C already owes me money, so I'm good there. But anyway, and I made a stupid prediction last week. I think I had half a pot gummy when I did it, but said we were going to hit 100,000 before within 24 hours of my post on X. And that was stupid. And so I won't do that again. But looks like we're close. I won't jinx this. I'm done.
I've got a million sat bet with somebody active right now that I'm betting that it will cross 100,000 before the end of the year, and so that's what I stand to gain if we break 100,000. I still got a month
That
to
was
go.
smart,
Nice.
TC. I said 100,000, and then as we ramped up to 90 some thousand, this guy goes, "Oh no, it's got to be at this time at that date." I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. But the smart move was if we ever touch 100, I win the bet. And I didn't. I wasn't that smart. You were smarter than me.
That was also like back in spring, and that was when a lot of people didn't think we would get there. You know, a lot of the sort of trauma of the last cycle is really visceral with people, and they're rightfully cautious to get too excited. Um, and so, it's so easy to overshoot the hope, and it's also easy to overshoot the gloom and doom. Because if any of you guys were here when we were down below 20,000, when we had all been told Bitcoin will never go below the previous cycle's high, and there we were below the previous cycle's high. And there's a lot of gut check that happens at that time. There's a lot of self-searching, and it's in those moments, I'm telling you, it's in those moments you've got to have a decent understanding of Bitcoin, because that's where you get your conviction from when the price isn't cooperating. You have to understand what this thing is you're holding, and you got to understand why it is the most valuable thing, why it is shockingly undervalued at 99,000, and it's even more undervalued when it's down at the depths of the bear market. Work on your understanding of Bitcoin every day, chip away a little bit, and you'll suddenly find yourself in a position where the price is super exciting, but it doesn't really matter in the same way as when you didn't understand
TC, what I
Bitcoin.
learned,
Because when you do
what I
understand it,
learned, TC, at
yeah, go ahead.
16,000 is I'm not fucking selling. I kid you not. I am totally and absolutely 100% prepared to ride it to zero. I don't care. So I do
Me
know that
too.
for sure, and it's kind of liberating and empowering to know that.
Yeah, that's what makes us anti-fragile, Justin. When you wrote it from, I forget what it was, in the 60s down to close to 16, and everybody's bombarding you with, I told you, it's a Ponzi, blah, blah, blah. At this point, I couldn't give a shit if it went to 16 again. I would be backing up the truck with whatever I had.
Well, you'd be looking under the couch cushions. That's what you should be doing.
So tomorrow is my official 7-year anniversary of my first purchase of Bitcoin on Coinbase, December 5th, 2017. And I had no idea what the hell I was doing, to be honest with you. And I was the only one excited in 2018 watching it crash all the way back down to 3,500, because I'm thinking, man, I got a fighting chance to salvage some of this. And yeah, it's a grind. But what's interesting is if you fast forward, the people that came in at 69,000 and wrote it down to 16, 17, that's the same thing, man. That's the same kind of conviction. And now look at them. They're ready to break 100. I'm excited for them, man. This is just fun to watch. And yeah, if you're here, stay at
Hubby,
least 2 havings. Yeah, man.
what number beer
Man,
are
if
you
it
on
goes
right
down back
now?
again to all that,
Hang
all
on,
First
hang on.
one.
We
that low
gotta
again, you
know.
better
We
you better
gotta
bet I'm
know.
selling my freaking kidneys for this, man. That's crazy,
Sell your
bro.
kidneys. We want to know what number drink probably.
First beer.
No way.
I'm running
No
late. Yeah,
way.
honest to God, I just had 2
Okay.
sips.
Okay.
Yep.
Believe it.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Cheers,
Yep. But
Bobby.
you guys are right, man. When you start at the highs and you ride them to the lows, I think those make the strongest Bitcoiners because like TC says, you're digging through the cushions, you're selling everything you own, just to get back in the game. So yeah, kudos to everyone, and let this be a lesson to you, everybody
Two
that was
sips
at
of a shot, right? Of a shot of
yeah,
Everclear.
yeah, exact. Well, look, and the other lesson to be learned here was everyone that was at 19,000 saying I'm going to wait till 12,000 and buy back in, and it never happened, and it never does. So enjoy those cheap sats when you were under 20 after that pullback.
I gotta say, I disagree with being cautious. We're going to the fucking moon, and we're all gonna be billionaires, and everyone can kiss my ass.
Somebody else
So
has been drinking today. We're becoming billionaires.
actually,
Probably
Loren, to be honest, I think it's that I've been drinking like 6 of those espresso machines. I better
Oh,
calm
me
down.
too.
I better
Me
calm down.
too.
I'm getting crazy, right?
Wait, isn't that
Yeah,
asteroid?
why?
It is asteroid.
Oh
Your
shit, because I
neighbor.
can't see you on
I was joking
stage.
around. I'm not.
I fucking hate spaces.
Hey, can you? You're an adventurous. Can you tell Elon to put 2 guys on this simple problem? Do you know?
Dude,
Like, it's a
I
simple.
I do not touch anything with this
Wait,
company. I am Chicago early stage
dude,
startups.
I'll do it for cheap. Like, just fix it. You don't understand the deal.
That's
It's
what
not
I
even.
say.
a couple
Dude,
lines of code.
Clubhouse had better
It's
tech a
to be
thousand
honest,
years
it's not. I
ago.
don't think it's lines of code. I think they don't allocate resources like cloud resources well enough. Like I think they're shifting around resources constantly. That's the problem. But it's like I'll pay. They should. I would. We would pay
I don't know
extra money,
what it
right?
is, but it sucks.
I feel like everyone here would chip in a couple extra bucks on their subscription if we could just get it fixed a month to cover the AWS cost.
Thomas, what T-shirt are you wearing? Quickly.
I have my El Salvador Puncher Bitcoin shirt on.
Oh boy.
Prove it. Take a picture of it and post it in the nest.
That's all I'm wearing, so I'm not taking a picture.
Oh, of course. Yeah. What's pantsless Wednesday?
Yeah, I got my gray one on. I
I'll
snagged
give
2
you.
shirts when I was at the conference, so now I have them on a rotation. So that's all I wear until we're gonna hit 100,000, which should be in a few minutes here. All these hedge funds, you know, they're sitting here, first week of December. They have a deadline. Their deadline is the end of the year. They've got to have an allocation to Bitcoin because they cannot show up and show their clients a Bitcoin less balance sheet. So to all those hedge funds that are out there that have a minuscule or no allocation, they're fucked until they get a position. And we're talking billions of dollars that has to flow between now and the end of the year. You guys probably all saw Tom Lee on CNBC. You could just see the look on his face. He said, "Are we going to hit 100,000?" He goes, "Oh yeah, substantially more by the end of the year." So all these people who had bets for 100,000 by the end of the year, you're going to absolutely collect on that. It's just a question of how high. And what was interesting with Lee said is that they were concerned about. He was speculating that once it clears 100, that you start getting into this. He didn't use these words, but I'll summarize what I interpreted, which was a institutional FOMO, and this FOMO has a lot of money. This isn't just crypto anarchists with a credit card account. So you can start to see this thing generate very quickly up, and it's exciting right now. We're nipping at the heels at 99,000. It's gonna almost by likely going to hit 100 today. I would be surprised if it didn't.
Thomas, I feel like if you're not familiar with Tom Lee, I've been watching him for like 5 or 6 something years. The guy has an amazing track record, right? Like, I mean, he's just sees things way ahead of time. But he said something a little bit weird in the interview. He said, "I think that the exchanges might be suppressing the price because they're running out." Did you hear that? I wasn't sure what he meant by that.
Yeah, he said that. It's I don't think we have clarity on how the OTC and how the authorized participants are keeping the ETF prices locked in on the Bitcoin spot price. They're actually very tight, and I don't understand how they're able to do it, to be honest with you. Especially given that the ETFs trade during trading hours and Bitcoin trades 24/7. And there hasn't been any, to my knowledge, there hasn't been any major dislocations of the ETF spot from the underlying. Now,
No,
MTU
almost none.
and MSTX that are levered, they have had struggles matching their 2x performance on MSTR, but the Bitcoin ETFs have not. At least to my knowledge, they haven't. And again, it hasn't been 100% perfect, but it's less than a percent, like a half a point or less. And I don't know how they're doing it, to be honest with you. If you put yourself in their shoes, this is your assignment. Uh, Money's going to come in all day. Plus, it's going to trade overnight. You got to keep it tight. How the hell are you going to do that?
I've been wondering the same thing. I thought that I'm just too ignorant to finance. I thought that there was some. So there's no, like, how do they do it? It's not like a program. It's got to be programmatic. I mean, yeah. What do
The
they do?
synthetic. I can only assume the guy who knows is Josh Mandel. He's tried to explain it to me a couple of times. I really, honestly, I couldn't understand what you're saying.
I think Darkseid might have some more insight
Yeah,
into this. I don't really know
it's
either. I just know they have to
I'm
like
telling you,
hedge futures and buy and have
it's
cash and
synthetic supply. And
What does that mean? What is synthetic? I'm like totally ignorant with this.
it means that they're issuing Bitcoin that doesn't exist.
What we also call
yeah.
paper Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And then like buy it later.
Yeah,
What,
they
so
catch up. They catch up another way, either through futures contracts um, or who knows? They could be upside down. It's not like you have full insight as to. Let's just say you go buy 1,000 shares of IBIT. How do you know that that's actually controlling any Bitcoin, other than regulatory reviews and financial statements that happen periodically? Um,
and audits, I
yeah, but
hope.
those aren't real time. So I don't know.
Oh, right. I mean, but over time, like they can't fail an audit or they're going to be in trouble.
No, that's true. It's supposed to be one for one. I'm not saying it's not. I don't have any constructive knowledge that it's not. What I'm saying is them keeping the ETF price tight to spot looks like a magic trick to me. I don't know fucking know how they do it. And it's not just one doing it. They're all doing it. How is that possible?
If it's not programmatic in 2024, that doesn't make sense to me. But yeah,
Josh has explained it, right, Thomas? I've heard him a few times, but it's a little bit uh, opaque to me. I don't really understand the procedure.
like technical, you
Yeah,
mean?
It's a little bit like they have to issue shares and then they hedge with futures and then they have to overnight delivery of the money. It's a little bit. I feel like you need a diagram, like we need a PowerPoint to understand it. It's hard over just space.
yeah.
Well, don't ask Sailor to do it in 3 minutes. 41
He
slides.
explained it.
All
We'll just
right, we
say
are on
I would say
Bitstamp.
this
We're at 99.1 and counting. We're making a push right
is
now.
happening.
Yeah,
I would
we're
say
over 99K on Coinbase.
Josh explained it, and look, I tried to follow it, and then I'm only going to ask him so many times to explain it. But I would just say he came to the conclusion that it wasn't completely clean. Whether
Yeah, there's a paper about that. If you remember, that guy talked to us about at Bitcoin First.
yeah,
Remember
yeah,
about how it's pretty fragile, actually. That's why it's good to go with BlackRock because if it does break down, I feel like at least they'll have the resources to mend it back later
I would figure
or whatever.
BlackRock and Fidelity have the ability to make good.
Both.
Um, but as long as the make good is not a huge thing, and then you know, again, I want the big here the if the ETFs could go to in kind for at least with in kind withdrawals would be great. Then,
They will. They will, Thomas.
yeah, and
I
that
think they'll go to in kind withdrawal in deposit.
yeah, then there's no problem holding the ETF for the short term because you can pull it out next year. This issue of the place blowing up and DTCC taking your shit, I don't. That's a possibility. It's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen in the next year, but it could happen at any time. But I would say it's something more likely down the road. One of the concerns I have in the short term is the existing bureaucracy and regime has Easter eggs for Trump and his team coming in. That those bombs are going to go off in February and March to distract and make it difficult to implement any policy as they're dealing with the financial crisis.
They're throwing gold off the Titanic, Thomas.
Yeah. Well, those people.
But I wouldn't know anything about that.
Hopefully, they get clawed back on that stuff.
This feels a little bit like watching the first person to scale Everest. I'm just like watching this peak
I didn't want to
go up.
I didn't want to pop the mood or anything, but I was super curious. I've been wanting to ask TC. I think I probably already know, but I wanted to ask him his opinion of this whole MSTR craze. I know there's a lot of MSTR fans in here, and I'm not saying I'm not a fan, but I think my views may differ slightly than a lot of the MSTR hardcore fans. But I was curious of your perspective on that, TC, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it's been hard to avoid all of the hype and excitement around MSTR these last several months, especially. Um, I think my opinion about the whole thing is two sided. On one side, I think it's undeniable that Michael Saylor is innovating some new approaches in the world of corporate finance using Bitcoin as a tool, and he's doing it expertly. He's sort of setting an example of ways to use Bitcoin to take corporate finance to another level. The flip side is for the shareholders, I think they stand to benefit on a fiat level. I am not as hopeful as what I've heard other people that they're going to outperform Bitcoin. I'm not sure about that. I think it's going to be equally as volatile, if not more volatile, than Bitcoin.
It
And
has been. It's been like twice as volatile though,
right. I
historically.
mean, well, I think that's going to continue, and I don't think that's all to the upside. I think there's going to be times when it really lags, but most importantly, that exposure is fiat. There's a lot of people rationalizing how they're getting more Bitcoin per share, this, that, and the other thing, and on paper that makes sense, but the reality is you don't own any Bitcoin. You own equities, you own paper financial assets. And at the end of the day, that's great if you're just looking to cash out more dollars. If you're looking to have more Bitcoin in the future, that is not a sure path. If you're looking to benefit from the incredible properties of Bitcoin, that is not the path at all, because you're not going to be able to use your shares of MicroStrategy to emergency send money to your family member on another continent, or save yourself when, for whatever reason, the financial system starts punishing you or locking you out. There's a lot of aspects of why Bitcoin is so important that are being associated with Bitcoin and then overlooked in the context of MicroStrategy as an investment. So I don't hold any MicroStrategy. I don't plan to at any point. I'm happy for people if they, have number go up and they get more fiat. That's great. But to me, it's a totally, wholly separate thing from actually having any Bitcoin. And I think that there's definitely going to be at least some of those people that feel disappointed in the future because they felt like they had Bitcoin and then they discover they really don't have Bitcoin. It's going to fall short in some ways. So that's my take on it.
I appreciate that take. It's very similar to my own. Not to disrespect anybody, and that is all in MicroStrategy. Good for you guys. I'm freedom first kind of guy, so definitely appreciate that take, and also respect those people that want to go balls deep in MicroStrategy. So awesome.
Gross.
That's a little
That's
gross.
not
Yeah, sorry.
gross. That's a
That's
good time.
disgusting.
I'm
Yeah.
having a good time over here, being balls deep in MSCI.
Puppy, are you on your second
Gross.
beer yet? Because I think somebody you can just post your lightning address up in the nest for your next one when we cross 100. I'm sure there's folks in here that'll definitely buy you your next pint.
So I'm serious, I'm barely even halfway down. I'm just sipping
Don't
and
lie to
listening,
us,
man.
puppy. When that thing hits hundo, you better start pounding beers because we're gonna be buying you some beer.
Yeah, I got to find a nice bottle of wine too at home. I can uncork that thing. But yeah, MSCR. And look, we talk about this all the time. Um, if I'm like TC, I only have Bitcoin. I don't have MSCR, but I don't begrudge anybody else. If you're out there, you trust it. That's fine. I mean, he here's what he cracked this. The guy has walked the walk. He said from the beginning, right? Forever, Laura, forever. And the reason it works for him is after 15 years of study, he realizes, fuck, man, every 5 years, this thing just keeps going up. And as long as it's doing that for him, like literally the sky's the limit for what he's doing. So I applied the balls on this guy. He has told everybody for 4 years, I'm here. I'm here to win. I'm not going to stop. He's bought every tip, every dip, and he's still here. He's like TC said, he's revolutionized this sort of way to use his corporation to leverage Bitcoin. So good on him and good on you. Just as long as people are aware of some of the risks, and there doesn't seem to be many at this time, doesn't mean it can't come. But yeah, do you, man? You do you.
I do want to add, uh, his narrative has changed drastically too. He used to be the one talking about Bitcoin constantly. And I feel like just recently, he came up with a new whole framing of his company. I've heard him now in 3 different interviews call MicroStrategy a Bitcoin treasury company. So whenever they came up with that framing, he jumped on it. And it's since then that you hear things like he gets asked the direct question from the interviewer on CNBC. Hey, if you've got somebody who's looking to buy either Bitcoin or MicroStrategy, what do you recommend for them? And he rattles off 3 of his financial assets that he's crafted and doesn't mention Bitcoin. So just watch how the narrative shifts. He
Yeah,
is
dude, it's
a
definitely
sovereign
shifted.
individual. He is entitled to do whatever he wants to do. But I noticed that. That he went from being a Bitcoin cheerleader to being, really cheerleading hard his own set of
He,
financial products that he's created. And so it's just an interesting thing. If you're in Bitcoin long enough, you see people come and go like this, and they go on this arc. And it's a good idea not to get too attached to any individuals or become too big a fan or view anyone as too big of a hero, because then you're bound to get disappointed at some point.
TC, can I ask you a question? Do you think he's really going along this dark arc authentically, or do you think he's doing it because he has this new treasury company he needs that TradFi to buy into? Because you also notice he used to talk about self custody and you can't touch my keys, and he's like, you can just buy the ETF from MicroStrategy or these converts, right? Like, do you think he believes it, or he just needs to do this to keep pushing his
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
and
the,
that's not it. He like a year ago he was talking about how we need the dollar and we need to make sure that the dollar stays strong. And there's a lot of different
like,
angles. Look, again,
what do you
it's
think was
easy.
what do you think he really thinks though? Do you think
Well,
it's just an
look,
act?
he's a CEO of a company. He is in a particular role that means his priorities and his incentives are different than an individual just living their life who encounters Bitcoin. He has different possibilities, he has access to different capital. His whole world is different than what I could imagine
So,
on a daily
so
basis. So I'm not surprised, but it's a reminder that, if you look a couple years ago, and this guy is like the biggest cheerleader of Bitcoin, and he's a CEO of a company, and a lot of people understandably view him as kind of some kind of hero of Bitcoin. He's not here for you. He's ultimately pursuing his own incentives, as he should. And the reality of that just is different than, I think, the kind of idealistic way in which maybe a lot of people looked at him before. I think it's important to keep your eyes open and notice that the narrative's shifting. You know, the other one that's worth mentioning is that in an interview, I think less than a month ago, he called Bitcoiners that want to self custody, he called them paranoid crypto anarchists.
Yeah,
So
do you think he really means that?
I think I do. I think he is a corporate figurehead, and
There's
it's a
there also
reminder that maybe some people allowed themselves to forget that aspect about him.
do you notice the interviews have taken a little bit of a darker tone though when he used to seem more hopeful? Like he does seem darker. It's a little bit strange. I don't know. But you're right. You can't have these heroes because they
Hey,
turn out to be,
speaking
you
of
know.
darker, Darkseid had his hand up for a while. He said he's got to take a call pretty soon. But Darkseid, we
Oh
haven't
yeah, go
been.
ahead. Go ahead,
No,
Darkseid.
we
I thought
yeah,
you were
we've
just
been
setting it
just
up.
stomping all over each other and just having more of a free flow conversation style. So just feel free to jam in whenever. And also, if Bitcoin crosses 100K, please, anybody, just
I
break the
gotta
flow of the
hop, man.
conversation
I'll
and
talk to you guys soon. I'll be back if you still
yeah,
want to
yeah,
talk to
yeah.
me.
Come back,
Gotta go.
Asteroid.
Bye.
See you, bud.
Bye, team.
Sounds good. Yeah, so break in and let us know if we do cross 100 because we all want to know and grab our whatever we're celebrating
Wait,
with.
but to clarify, in theory, it could actually break 100 on one of the different
Touche. Yes.
platforms,
Have we not known?
right? So how many
I'm watching
different
about
places
eight
could this
or six.
happen?
Let me look. Yeah, I'm watching six.
My guess is it will hit 100,000 on Coinbase first.
Yeah, I still live in the kiddie pool on Coinbase, so that's what I've been watching. But let me know.
You know, oh, who's got you? Is that Dark Side? Oh, he's connecting. Yeah, remember, and there's two things here. Um, One, Michael Saylor from the very beginning, and you remember this for the pandemic started 2020, and that's when he had time to research. And the first thing he says, what intrigued him about Bitcoin was that all of his cash was on a melting ice cube. I don't know how many times we heard it. It's on a melting ice cube. Um, he wasn't here for the revolution. I want a place to put my cash. So first and foremost, that was his want and his need. I would also say this: don't have heroes here in this space. You don't have to slay them if you don't have them. The only thing you can control is your Bitcoin, what you invest in, and your life. Now, it's fun for me to watch what he's done over 4 years. The guy I just ran the numbers. You know, 402,000 Bitcoin. He's 18,000 away from having 2% of the supply, and it's worth $40 billion roughly, and that's insane to me. But he won't be. Look, if he falls from grace, so be it. But it never changed the way I stack or how I look at how I approach Bitcoin, and hopefully it doesn't do that to you guys.
Puppy, I want to be your
So
hero, puppy. No, go ahead. Sorry.
2%. If you hit, if I mean, not if, when he gets 2% of overall supply, where will he rank? Not he. When will MicroStrategy rank in terms of the largest holders? Is that the largest holder, or is
BlackRock.
there
I think
others
BlackRock has
larger?
more.
Yes, by far.
So, like 5% of the
I think
overall,
they're under
3%.
4%.
Wow, that is crazy. And so and then MicroStrategy would be number two, and then is it a big drop off after them? I would have to imagine.
That's a good question,
Oh,
actually.
I just looked up BlackRock, 1.25 million, 5.9% of the total supply.
Yeah, they just bought
That's
so many the
fucking
last couple of days.
crazy.
All right, Freeze has a MSTR question, and he's coming up on stage. How are you, Freeze?
What's going on, Lauren? Thanks for having me up. Just a quick question. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a pretty big MSTR bull, and I did move some Bitcoin into it just to catch some of the upside. But I'm always looking for dissenting opinions. I think that's healthy. And one thing I'm just curious about is just how I view this whole ATM thing. To me, and I saw this post the other day about 60 other companies can issue equity to buy Bitcoin, and it sounds like a glorified way of saying a speculative attack on the stock in the same way that you could with the currency. So as an MSTR holder and just in general, like if the US came out and blatantly said they were going to print infinite amount of dollars to buy Bitcoin or any other asset for that matter, nobody would want the currency. So my question is it's I'm just trying to wrap my head around the fact that, like, if he's basically saying he's going to print as much of his shares as he effectively can to buy Bitcoin, why would you really want to hold the shares, right? I mean, I'm not like too big in the financial world to know. He says accretive dilution, and I guess that's the popular word that's going on now. But I'm just
Yeah, I've heard people mention that specifically when I brought up getting diluted by him issuing more shares. They say, well, the company's going to own more Bitcoin, so there's a higher number of Bitcoin per share. These are just different perspectives, and you got to formulate your own. To me, the deal breaker is there's no actual like Bitcoin ownership there for shareholders.
right.
Like it's not like that means you get access to more Bitcoin. The whole idea is that that's just gonna reflect as more value in the price of the shares. Um, and of course, that's all dependent that the happy path is followed as far as all this debt, leverage, price of Bitcoin cooperating. All those things have to go right, as we've seen just in a year or two ago when the price is not cooperating. It looks very different.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that 100%. It's one thing to sweep free cash flows into it and or excess whatever money you're making, then it's another thing to just dilute. It doesn't really make sense. And my question would be, when I'm thinking about this, is when would that perspective change for the average MicroStrategy holder? Like, wait, hold on now. He's doing what to acquire this again? Like if he's just dumping his shares as much as he possibly can, why do I want it? You know? So just a interesting perspective I was thinking about, but appreciate the response.
Got a
Yeah, hey
moment to
guys,
rest.
can I jump in here?
Yeah, jump on in. Doug
Awesome.
said, "What's up?"
Man, I gotta tell you, man, it really does feel good that we're all just here kicking it, watching Bitcoin smash through 100 grand.
Don't say
And
it.
yeah, not to mention I just got read up from my dispensary. So I got like 5 different varieties of some flavorful sativa. So I'm just over here enjoying my time, talking with you folks.
That's
But
what I'm talking about.
yeah, thank you, man. No, it's great. It's great. It's all positive. Yeah, but I did want to kind of give kudos to TC because look, man, I mean, I know that, I mean, I've been involved with you guys, for already a couple of years. And, with all the hype talk about MSTR and, oh, you should have maybe just a small percentage of your net worth into MSTR. I'm thinking, you know what? Let me just go ahead and, do it, right? And so, and I have been pondering the idea really for like, maybe like already a week. I see the price going up. And I'm talking to my wife, and I'm like, no, look, let's just keep thinking about it, whatever, because even though it is like a proxy play on Bitcoin, it's not really buying Bitcoin, and so. I woke up this morning and I said, you know what, man? Fuck that. I'm not going to do it. And I ended up putting a limit order for Bitcoin this morning and it wasn't getting hit. And then I see this fucking run going up. I'm like, all right, shit, I got to now, up it a few thousand. And I just got filled like, 10 minutes ago. So, feeling really good. But, but I kind of just bring that in because what the previous gentleman was talking about, of MicroStrategy diluting the shares and he is kind of providing this like new creative financial structure where people in the bond market that they can get access to Bitcoin directly. They're using it as a proxy, through MSTR. Like it does have all the pros on why it would be good, but like I think for me, because like I truly understand Bitcoin, we're outside of our real estate, we're all in. I just want to keep buying more, and kind of like and in some way, it's kind of nice to say, shit, I bought at 100,000 just to say that, hey, I bought Bitcoin at 100,000, So I just kind of wanted to share that. And yeah, man, happy to be here.
By the way, I don't know if anyone else has their 100K stack thing. There's like in Cash App, you can like set a limit price to buy. I did my little $21, so I encourage everybody to do the same. So you can have this, in posterity. You can show your grandchildren and all that good shit. Like you bought the 100K. This is a mine. This is a
Is it
big
weird that
fucking
I
deal.
already have bought Bitcoin at 100K? Is that weird?
Your
So
order
like
got filled,
not
Jeff.
it's basically no, what happened was I was putting money on Ellen markets, and I was using Strike, and so I was like, I'm gonna do 100,000 sats. You put 100,000 sats on Strike, and then or through Strike onto Ellen markets, and then when I scanned the Lightning invoice to pay it, it came across as $100.32. So I paid more than $100,000 per Bitcoin for those specific sats like a couple weeks ago.
Hey, Lauren, I see we have Jacob Bryce as well. I stepped aside for a minute, not sure if he's spoken. Hey guys. No, I was just kind of talking or listening to you guys talk about MSTR, and I'm on these spaces a lot with I hear Lauren and Puncher, and I know a lot of you guys are Bitcoin first, but I know for me, like I do have majority of my portfolio is MSTR, and I'm not like one of these guys who just jumped in recently. I've been in for almost a year now, so I've been up since when it was at almost 2,000 before the split, and then had to ride it all the way down to almost 1,000. So it's pretty painful to see that, but it's like I kind of do believe in Sailor, what he's been saying and what he's been doing, and it seems to work out for us that kind of got in early. But when I see some of these tweets online, like the irresponsibly long group, like it's kind of crazy, like getting loans and all that to buy short dated options. It just sounds insane to me to do something like that. Um, but yeah, I mean, to me, like I said, I'm into MSTR, and I believe in what's going on, and I don't think it's like a lifetime hold like Bitcoin or anything, but I do feel like at least the next couple of years, it's something like a good investment. Um, but and then another thing is I get on other spaces where they don't really talk about Bitcoin too much, but then they'll bring up Michael Saylor and call him like a Ponzi scheme and all that. And I'm just like, whoa, it's just kind of bizarre to hear him compared to Bernie Madoff or some type of Ponzi scheme that he's running. Um, that's all. I was just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, it's funny. We talk about the Bitcoins before. This is well before MSTR wasn't really an option. But look, that's up to you. Everyone's got to make a choice on where they would put their money. Um, MSTR, if you want to, some people I know have it in an IRA. Good on them, man. If you want that as a separate, just a separate thing for your portfolio, and yeah, people can do that. I like to look back and laugh over the years, just how long you're here. As I was mentioned earlier, tomorrow's my actual 7-year mark. And I always say, if you get money you weren't expecting, just smash buy Bitcoin at that price. And I remember two specific buys. I got a $300 rebate check for something. I don't know what it was, but with it, Bitcoin was just over 3 grand. So basically, I got a tenth of a Bitcoin, point one for $300 back then. And the other one is like we talked about the government. Why don't they just print money and buy Bitcoin? Because I wasn't expecting a stimulus check in early 2020, but they sent it out to everybody. So I had to run the numbers. That $1,200 stimulus check is now worth 20 grand. If you're looking long term, it's crazy to think about. But if you're here long enough, this is what happens in Bitcoin. Just any money you find, any money that you don't expect, just smash buy.
Yeah, why don't they just take everything that's in Social Security and put it into Bitcoin?
Honestly,
Problem
There's
solved,
nothing in
right?
Social Security. That's the problem.
Look, I think that
Oh, I forgot
there's
that.
people out there that have 401ks or certain financial vehicles where you don't have the option to have Bitcoin in it. And in those cases, like I can't think of a much better option than MSTR if you want to put that kind of work related retirement funding into something Bitcoin related. I think that that's a totally different story from people looking at their own sort of like investing thesis and strategy for the long haul, because I end up defaulting to the same point of view that led me to going Bitcoin only, which is that what matters long term, like if I fast forward 5 years, 10 years or more, what matters other than I'm holding more Bitcoin than I am today? Like that is the ultimate unit of account for the performance of your portfolio or whatever you want to call it, right? So that's the lens through which I view a hypothetical investment in MSTR is like, am I going to actually end up with more Bitcoin in the future than if I just put this money in Bitcoin instead of MSTR? I think that's the important thing for people to answer, because I would literally ask someone who's interested in XRP or any other asset the same question. Is that going to lead to a future where you're holding more Bitcoin than if you had just taken that capital and put it into Bitcoin today? It's really hard to imagine a lot of cases where that works out so that you are making more Bitcoin by doing something other than Bitcoin. Most of the
Yep.
time, it's the other way around, and it's easy to see. God, if I had just bought Bitcoin and sat on it instead of fill in the blank, anything else, like that. That's what history says, and that's kind of what I'm betting on. Is that in the future, it will reflect as the wisest choice to just put it in Bitcoin and hold and wait.
But so first of all, what you said, 2 points. One, I think it was like 7 years ago, 8 years ago, I had a 401k that I was rolling into an IRA. And I was like, you know what? There's like, I don't know what it was, 50 grand or whatever it was. I was like, fuck it. I'll just put it all in Bitcoin or something. And then I realized there's no way for me to do this. And that was the part that made me realize, holy shit, there is a whole lot of assets that are sitting out there that, forget like wanting to or even being aware of it, they can't get access to it. And that's when I said, if you can get access for, whether it's consumers at in IRAs or IRAs, 401ks, et cetera, or corporations or sovereign, whatever, like as you have the ability to get access to it, and then the actual interest, because those are different things, to actually hold it. If everybody just has 1%, like I mean, what is that was before anybody, I heard any of this stuff of like you could get $1 million Bitcoin or something. I knew it was a fixed supply, and that's what made me so one is the question of what is that going to be? And I think the answer is like, that's legislation. I think I've already been told that, because like, why wouldn't you do it in Schwab or something? But then two, for your MSTR argument, for people that have like an IRA or something, why not the spot Bitcoin ETF?
Yeah, look, I mean, all those assets play the same way. Um, they're all Wall Street paper vehicles for getting exposure to Bitcoin price action. That's all they are. So you get exposure to the price action, but you don't have any access to Bitcoin value at the end. You end up with fiat value when you exit those things. My whole sort of question and my lens through which I'm evaluating all these things is about certainty and uncertainty, as all investing really should be, is looking at risk and looking at uncertainty and trying to assess the right path for you. And for some people the answer is taking on more risk. For me, I have an aversion to risk. I'm trying to avoid debt. I'm trying to create a more certain future for my family. And so the whole point is Bitcoin is the tool to do that with. I have uncertainties, like I can't feel super comfortable if my wealth is in a Wall Street institution that years in the future, despite incredible adoption of Bitcoin, we may not be allowed to withdraw Bitcoin from an exchange. You may not be allowed to take your dollars that you cash out from your fabulous investment with MSTR and take that over to, you know, a bank or a crypto exchange and buy Bitcoin and withdraw it to self custody. I don't take for granted that that ability is going to always be there. In fact, I can see an outcome that's not so weird, where Bitcoin is kind of ubiquitous, but all of these institutions have agreed to just not let you withdraw it, and self custody gets kind of squeezed out. And to me, that's an uncertainty I am not comfortable with, and that's why I don't keep even one sat on any exchange, and that's why I don't have any other assets in the traditional system where I would need to be able to convert those to Bitcoin and take custody of it to complete the achievement of a gain,
TC, I have a question
right?
for you. You know, that's a legitimate risk, but do you see that, like, do you don't think that's protected by game theory in the same sense that, like, quote unquote, shutting down Bitcoin is? I mean, that would require global coordination. Like, in the same way that global coordination would be required to, quote unquote, ban or shut down Bitcoin, I feel like that should apply to self-custody, because if the US, for example, if everyone colluded to shut off the off ramps or the on ramps to Bitcoin, what's stopping El Salvador or Russia or our enemies from saying, "Hey, we're going to enable this. You know, come over here." I mean, the game theory should allow that to continue, because
Yeah,
somebody's
no,
going to be
no.
incentivized
I,
to.
I don't look at it like a global coordination is needed. I mean, if you're a U.S. citizen, you know that whatever the law of the land here is, that applies to you. And actually, being a U.S. citizen with all its benefits, you have the flip side responsibility of you still owe tax consequences even if you move. And you know, it's just not that straightforward. I don't look at it like you should expect total freedom. I feel like this. Sorry, phone call. Despite the most recent election, I don't feel like it's a safe assumption that freedom is going to be championed everywhere. I think that we still have the same world that is tending towards authoritarian nature in governments, in laws, with all of these institutions. And so that's why I'm saying it would be counterintuitive if you think Bitcoin's on the rise and Bitcoin adoption is on the rise. But I could very easily see Bitcoin adoption blowing up. And at the same time, you're getting steered into MSTR and ETFs, and banks custody your Bitcoin now. But withdrawing to self custody, there's a ton of friction. If not, it's made nearly impossible. Like, that's not going to surprise me. And that's just an uncertainty. It's not that I'm like betting that's going to happen, but that's one additional thing that gives me pause about keeping wealth in the traditional system.
No, I agree. It makes me a little uncomfortable, you know, my exposure to non-Bitcoin related things, 'cause it's certainly a possibility. I mean, maybe it's even like inevitable, to be honest. But it's kind of just like a musical chair situation, I guess. But it definitely makes me uneasy. I can say that for sure.
Hey guys, see we have Carolina in with us as well. Not sure if he's prepared to speak, but it's always good to see him. You with us,
Can
Carolina?
I can I jam in real quick? I was curious to see Puncher brought something to my attention, so I went and took a peek over and saw that there may or may not be an announcement going on right now. And I'm like the boy who cried wolf, where I've just become accustomed to just taking announcements from this particular gent at face value, because they're usually an announcement of something that's not a giant deal, but could be if it actually went through. So anyway, long story short, looks like Porter is doing his announcement over on another space. So does anybody know anything about that, or have you heard what the announcement is? Just curious.
Where is it happening, Lauren?
He posted yesterday.
Dennis Porter.
Yeah, Mr. Dennis Porter. He posted yesterday. I don't have anything against him. I just like joking around about the announcements. He posted yesterday about an announcement that he was making today and on a space, and I think that space is going on now. So I was just curious if anybody knew or had heard what his announcement was today.
I'll go dip in
It
there.
looks
Yeah,
like
take a peek and then
Senator Lummis
It,
from
yeah,
Wyoming
I
or
saw
yeah,
wherever
that.
is in there.
Lummis is having a space, and he's talking to people at the highest levels.
When you
I,
say
Yeah,
highest
yeah,
levels,
yeah.
I believe we're talking to some high people in this space as well.
By high, I mean they're actually high. They were smoking weed.
Yes,
Right.
I'm high and smoking weed right now as we speak.
that's
I
Hey Jeff,
believe
I
great.
heard there was a guy
uh
that went to the Bitcoin Nashville conference and claimed he didn't do drugs. Was
That's
curious if you had a
I mean
response to that.
I don't have a comment on that. That could definitely not be me. I don't understand how anybody would actually be able to do that. Go to the Bitcoin conference, be around a bunch of Bitcoiners. Don't go to the actual conference itself, but just hang out and do drugs the whole time. Like why would anybody do it any other way? Is the question. Speaking of drugs, cheers, everyone.
I think Dog Set is right there with you as well.
Hey man, guys, I feel great. I mean, I gotta tell you, I'm not really a MAGA person. That was actually we had been playing golf, several months back, and my friend, he's a hardcore MAGA, but I'm just in good spirits, not only for Bitcoin, because obviously, it is going to make us all rich. And there's obviously, benefit and freedom in that. But I think just collectively, just like there's a very big momentum shift in the US where, like, just like the policies that they're announcing, at a very general and broad level, um, with the government efficiency, with the pro capitalism coming back, I think. Andreessen going on Rogan and talking about all the red tape and like if you were growing bud that they would
Did we just lose Dog, or is it
getting a
just me?
call.
Oh, okay.
No, yeah, sorry about that. I had to cancel the call real quick.
It sounds like maybe he's
I
getting the
think
call
he's
again.
token, Lauren.
Something's going on over there, huh?
Kind of.
Um,
I mean, yeah.
What's happening?
So anyway, I think it's all good.
Collectors.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a month if you think about it. November 5th, we get Trump back for 4 years. December 5th, by tomorrow, maybe 100K. Not bad.
What's up, guys?
Wasabi.
Um, I sort of had a question to what TC was talking about with MicroStrategy being probably the best for retirement funds or whatever. Do you think because of the charisma of Michael Saylor and just how much he puts him, like he's like an Elon type of CEO, right? He's out there, he's interviewing, he's constantly on the front page, he's on news. Like, do you think because of that, that also makes MicroStrategy a little bit more attractive than like the BlackRock ETF, and really any company that adopts this strategy, right? Because there's other companies like Semler Scientific, Fold, that are public now and adopting the same strategy, but they don't have a Michael Saylor. Do you think having that charismatic CEO makes like the difference in this, um, compared to some of these other companies or ETFs? I don't
Yes.
know if it's the figurehead as much as the head start that MicroStrategy got on stacking and the extraordinary amount they've stacked. Um, and just to clarify, like I think if you're trying to do something a little more conservative with your retirement fund, probably the ETF is better than MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy is kind of like a levered ETF play, and I would never look at that as the same risk or less risk than going into an ETF. And again, that's all just in the context of maybe you've got some 401k or something through your work and you only can pick up equities, then yeah, that's a Bitcoin related option that I would consider in that case. I have not had a retirement account or anything like that in a very long time, so I don't even consider those things.
Yeah, but TC, how many other companies could do what MicroStrategy did? Have an underlying company that's basically peaked, have somebody who controls, is a decision maker that goes in this direction, that convinces the board, has a super talented team. I mean, the stars kind of had to align for MicroStrategy, and very few other companies that I can think of would be able to do that, particularly at scale. And then what I tell my friends is if you have like an IRA or 401k, that's typically not a ton of money. Like for example, a Roth IRA. I don't know what it used to be 5 grand. I don't know what the max is now, but it's not a ton. But you could buy MicroStrategy in those tax deferred or tax advantaged accounts. And then I agree with you. Elsewhere, maybe you go with the ETF if you can't self custody. But
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, it really is a confluence of factors, like not the least of which is like, who the hell heard of Michael Saylor or MicroStrategy prior to 2020? Very few people are paying any attention. So he had almost the benefit of being a bit obscure, not drawing too much attention. Whereas, like, if in 2020 it was like Apple or someone like that doing exactly what he did, everyone's eyeballs would be on it. And so he benefited from kind of being a first mover in that way. You know, that's kind of the interesting thing about those smaller companies now that are trying to repeat the same thing. You know, they're trying to get the same effect by doing the same kind of corporate financing tooling, but it's it's one of these kind of like psychology of the markets things, and I don't know that it has the same allure on a smaller scale. I think it would have an incredible allure on a larger scale if you did have Apple or Google or Microsoft, one of these companies, do anything close to that. That would be a huge signal to the business world, just reaffirming like along the same lines as someone like Larry Fink getting positive on it.
I
I do
think
think
that's
there's a
coming.
premium, a saver premium for sure. And another big note is that, while he's also the first mover, he has gone through a bear market, right? Like these similar scientifics, all these new players coming in, absolutely none of them have experienced a Bitcoin winter. So he's bought the top 69K like we all have. He's ridden it all the way down to 15K. He's been very vocal and clear with his message that he's never going to sell. And it's one thing to say that, then it's another thing to be tested with an 80% drawdown and still maintain that position. So I think there's definitely a premium being attached to him in the company because investors do believe him when he speaks. That's not something that you find as far as transparency with CEOs. He's very transparent and you can kind of believe him. So it's been 4 years of this. And I think there is a premium that is being attached to that for sure. We'll see how these other little ones handle a bear market if we do get one again. So that's an unknown for sure.
I think some of the Sailor premium also comes with how he came to Bitcoin. Looking at his company was basically on death's doorstep. It could die a quick death or it could die a slow death. But either way, his employees were going to get poached by the Mag 7 companies. He was bleeding value. The BIBA business was failing. And he kind of took a Hail Mary and he's talked about openly he didn't have all these ideas for convertible notes and hammering the ATM at the time where he came to Bitcoin. I think he is very much figuring it out as he goes. But the conviction that it took to be like, all right, well, I know I'm going to die. I have to do something. And taking his entire life's work and betting it on Bitcoin, yeah, I think it gives some people some confidence. I also think a lot of the premium comes from having access to capital markets, and I think we can't underestimate how important those passive flows are going to be. I don't know. I think personally we have a pretty good chance of getting into the Nasdaq in later this month, but eventually, in my opinion, we'll be in QQQ and SPY. Whether that happens this month, next year, 2 years from now, I think with the way Bitcoin's going to appreciate that we all believe it will, MicroStrategy and Stack is going to be so big and so undeniable, and that growth, just like we've seen in the past year. I mean, these indexes want companies that grow. Saylor talks about it all the time. That SPY is basically 7 companies who are holding up the other 493. Like they want to allocate capital that's going to see their investors get returns. So I think those are the two things that I personally am a huge MicroStrategy bull. I definitely agree with TC though. I don't like when people conflate MicroStrategy and Bitcoin. You have no ties. I think the convert if something did happen to MicroStrategy, it blew up for whatever reason, the bondholders have first right to get that Bitcoin. as a shareholder, you will never redeem any Bitcoin from MicroStrategy. You'll never be able to pull it out. But at the same time, I think if we see some of this game theory continue to play out and start kicking off, I think there's a good chance that MicroStrategy outpaces Bitcoin a little bit for the foreseeable future until. I mean, I'm absolutely of the opinion if we go through a brutal crypto winter, MicroStrategy could go back to one to one MNAV or below. But at the same time, I think if MicroStrategy is ever below MNAV, it's the buy of the century in my opinion.
Well said. Good to hear from you, Carolina. I know we've got a couple new speakers. We've had a whole bunch of people trying to request. I think these co-hosts are doing a great job trying to work people in and new speakers. So just if you're waiting down there, be patient. We'll try to get you up here. Jamie's in. If you can't, we've been really doing well by just not stomping on each other and just having a free flow conversation. It's been pretty cool. Jamie's up. If you can't get a word in edgewise, do throw your hand up and then somebody will work you in. So, Jamie, how are
Hey,
you?
Loren and co-host. I can't see who's co-host, but thanks
Oh,
whoever it is
Bubby's
put
up
me
here
up.
and Justin. Yeah.
And I just wanted to say on the MicroStrategy thing, you guys talking about US investing vehicles. I as you can tell from my accent, not American. I'm not in America. I'm in the UK. So there is not just US capital that goes into MicroStrategy. It's capital from all over the world. And for me in particular, and for other people in the UK, we have what's called individual savings accounts, ISAs. ISA is the acronym for it. And these are tax-free vehicles that allow you to invest up to £20,000 a year. And that's tax-free on any profits. So what I'm doing is using that as well as stacking in Bitcoin because for two reasons. One is any profits I make on that, I can just take the profit without paying tax on it and put it into Bitcoin. Whereas if I liquidate some Bitcoin, I've got to pay tax, which has just gone up with our wonderful, wonderful new government who are making a right mess of things. But there we go. That's another subject. And it means that because the volatility on MSTR is a feature, it's not a bug. The whole point of these converts and the whole bond issuance that Sailor's doing, it gives MSTR, the common stock, volatility, which traders love. And that means that I've got something in an ISA, which of course it's not risk free. No way. It could go to zero, and then I would not be able to use those losses against any profits because it's not, it doesn't count for tax. But what it does mean is that if MicroStrategy goes on an insane move, I've got limit orders set so that I don't need to think about it, and I could be 20, 50%, whatever, in profit, and that order's hit while I'm doing something else. I'm not paying tax on it, then I can set a limit order lower to buy it back on the crash, and rinse repeat, and I can stack a load of US dollars or pounds sterling and do with that as I please and not pay a penny tax on it. So that seems like a pretty good deal to me.
Justin, were you putting your hand up to
Yes,
speak?
may we take 30 seconds for a quick PSA? I don't know who needs to hear this, but Dennis Porter and the junior senator from Wyoming, make no mistake, they will do fuck all for Bitcoin. She has some legislative power. Dennis has none. He has no more than you or I. So Dennis can't pass anything. He can propose whatever he wants. It means fuck all.
He's a lobbyist.
What he wants you to do, he wants you to give him attention and he wants you to give him money. Excuse me, the Satoshi Action Fund. This guy is using you. He will never do anything for Bitcoin. I will not piss on Senator Loomis, but neither will she. She can talk
Justin,
about
don't
it. She can
don't hold
propose
back.
it. It'll
Really,
never
tell us how
happen.
you
The
really
United
feel.
States will never buy one Satoshi. They will not sell any of their gold. It's absolutely preposterous and ludicrous. They're asking you for money. They're asking
You
you
think
for
so?
attention. Don't give it to them.
You think they'll never sell
Hold on.
gold?
So you're saying no strategic reserve in any form ever is what you're saying.
The United States will never sell a dollar to buy Bitcoin. They will sure as hell never sell their gold to buy Bitcoin. Why would they do it? It's political suicide to do Well, so. It's not feasible. It's ludicrous and
So
preposterous.
are you just saying
How
they
is it
won't do it
not
with their
feasible?
gold, or are you saying they won't do it at all?
They'll never do that.
They will never do a
Thanks, bro.
Bitcoin strategic reserve.
let me offer
Of
a
course
Are
rebuttal.
not.
you willing to
You
place a
want to put
bet?
some stats on it for a bet?
I will bet. I will
Are you
take
willing
that
to
bet.
place a bet?
No, I
Are you
don't do
willing to
that.
place a bet that it will happen?
All
Nope.
right, let me offer a rebuttal. So,
Oh, so
Justin,
you're not going to
what do
put
you
your money where
do?
your mouth is.
No,
What do
Okay,
you
sir.
got it.
Thank you,
say,
though.
Justin? What do you say to the idea, the game theory of the best money and base layer money? And what do you say to the idea of the United States hedging the future and hedging their risk with the dollar, you know, losing value to the point where it's just they have to have some Bitcoin just in case. Enter Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy or something. I don't know. They
That's what the
just
United States is interested in, not debasing the dollar.
Well, I mean,
wait. Say again.
That's what the United States wants to do, stop the debasement of the dollar.
Well, they want the dollar to be strong, and they want a global reserve currency, and they want the dollar to be that. I'm just saying. I don't know. I understand completely your position, and I think I agree with you. But I'm
Let
just
me
playing devil's advocate.
There's
let me
absolutely no way they don't. That's the strategic Bitcoin reserve asset is bro, you got to pass that through what, Senate? And they've won the Senate and House of Commons
Nah,
already.
you don't, guys. Guys, this
That's
can be
crazy.
a
Of course you
DoD
don't.
directive. And has
there's
anybody
many
heard the
ways to
term
go about it.
misattribution? No, there's not, because people can front run you through legislation. But if it's an executive order that's on the DL that's classified, then you don't. Then nobody knows. I mean, you'll see the appreciation in price, but you'll know somebody's buying. But is anybody familiar with the term misattribution?
No, what's that?
Okay, it's how the government money launders, basically, to hide where the purchasing of, let's just say, military equipment comes from. And the reason that's important is because a lot of people die when our enemies can attribute where it comes from. For example, you buy a radio. That radio has a payment history. It's got a frequency as well. You end up in the field, you turn on that radio, you just put a bullseye on your back because it's been tracked through the payment rails. And if you don't think that happens, it happens all the time. My exhibit A is 600,000 dead Ukrainian boys. Okay? It is a massive problem. And the only way you can properly misattribute is through layer 2 Bitcoin and layer 3 Bitcoin. And that's it. Everything else can be hacked and broken. And I'll just leave it at that.
So a couple of things, right? It can go a few ways. Is it an optimistic thought to think it will happen in the first 100 days? Absolutely. It's going to be tough for that to happen in the first 100 days. Congress will meet, and Congress will basically say, "We like this, but we need to hit the drawing board. We need a better bill. Draw something better. Let's debate it more." Or they'll say, "Fuck this. We're never going to do this. Go fuck yourself." Or they will again delay it, right? But an interesting thing that I just saw in a video recently, there's this new conference. It's like a Bitcoin DC conference, and it's going to be happening in Washington DC, I think September. Don't quote
Let
me
me
on it.
guess, Ryan Selkis.
Don't quote me on it.
Are you a sponsor for this conference,
No,
Astro?
don't quote me on the date because I'm not sure, but I know it's coming up and it's in DC. And it's just weird how it's like a DC focused, political focused conference. So you know that, and it's already confirmed. Like Adam Beck and these kind of guys are going to this conference to speak. So that sort of indicates like a conference where these politicians can go and they can sell this reserve, the idea of the strategic reserve to the legislators some more. So I think that there's a tie there. And then on top of that, um, I don't think it will never happen. If it's just in the first 100 days, that's a little optimistic, right? David Bailey thinks it will happen in the first 100 days. I think that's an optimistic kind of outlook from it, and I will never rule out Trump
writing an executive order. Okay, if Trump wants it bad enough, he will do it by executive order. He's shown in the past. Actually, that's why Rhino Republicans and traditional Republicans like Mitt Romney didn't like Trump, because he governed through executive order and he couldn't govern through Congress. So don't just throw that out the window. Like, he definitely very well could do that.
Well, these are two different things.
We lost you, dude.
Puncher?
I'm talking. Okay, you lost me.
Hey, buddy, you're in the Matrix, my man. Are you?
Good job.
Try again. But di- but yeah, we're losing you. Must be driving. Anyhow, I just posted something in the comments where I just threw into Chat GPT what one random lawyer could have to do with this potentially going through. It doesn't sound like a lot. It sounds like Justin may be onto something. I don't want to shit talk anybody, but it does seem like more hype than anything, and self-seeking ego type stuff, which is kind of the antithesis of Bitcoin. So until some of this stuff comes to fruition, and I'm not saying one person is going to be the architect of it all. I support the senator and other people, and I don't want to, like I said, badmouth anybody. But
Yeah, one thing I wanted to just add, Lauren, is that you saw, maybe you didn't, but most of you probably did, that an article, a headline came out today that Putin was talking about how no one can ban Bitcoin and this and that, and this is why they need to continue on with it, right? So there's that aspect of it too, right? If we just sit on our hands and, mosey around and not do this thing, other countries will, and we will fall behind. So the game
Th-
theory.
That's what's so
oh, for
funny.
I'm
sure.
also
Dennis
there's
says that
probably no
he'll
surprise that
pass
Russia's
legislation before the president of the United States says he's going to do fuck all. You know who's going to do it is going to
Yeah,
be
see, I
BRICS.
understand that, Justin. I don't think that whatever his name is does anything productive at all whatsoever. But like the fact that Russia is not stacking or other nation states are not stacking,
Well, that's the thing. We don't know if
that's
they are.
difficult
There's
for
But
not
definitely
they
nations
are.
imagine.
stacking. They just don't announce it.
They are definitely nation stacking, and if the U.S. doesn't do it first, they'll get beat to the
That
punch.
that's a
That's for
Guys,
sure.
there's
Justin,
two.
So that goes a strong
Sorry,
point
there's
into this thing. And then damn, I had one more thought. Sorry guys, I'll stop talking.
so guys, there's two separate things. There's a legislative path, which whatever. That is a much harder path. But just think about military acquisitions inside the United States and the idea of misattribution. You, it is a big deal that you can't track these purchases. It's why you have dark pools of money and you have places like, Groom Lake and, secret projects and things like that. That attribution, if the enemy can attribute where things come from and track them through supply chains and things like that, it is a big, 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 and if I haven't said it enough, big problem. So how do you do that? How do you have proper misattribution for force protection in the field? And the way you do that is you hide very, very stealthily how those purchases are made. And by the way, that's a massive number, and you need Bitcoin to do it. Other every other way can be broken by foreign intelligence agencies and everything else. So I'll just tell you that you don't have to focus on the legislative path. That is a path, but that is not the most efficient and smartest path. And I'll just say that there are people in high places who are very much aware of this problem.
Yeah, I read
Yeah,
you
I
loud and
think
clear on that,
anytime you're
Puncher.
trying to do anything through legislation,
Right. Yeah. So we're
it's
talking
a
about two
it's a
different
problem.
things there. And like Astro said, I mean, but I would venture to say that if it's not in the first 100 days, then the legislation is dead. It's not going to happen. If you're talking to the legislative path, it better happen in the first 100 days.
Um,
Well, it
with
is a
what
bipartisan issue.
Puncher
So,
with what Puncher's saying down there. Hey, Kevin, maybe I'll just stroke your ego for a second. But you're a humble dude, and you don't brag about your connections and everything. And for people listening that don't realize or know what Puncher did, he was an F-18 pilot, was in the Navy forever, and has connections with a lot of people still to this day. So there's information trading hands that it's neither here nor there what they can say or what they hear. But Puncher does have a little bit of insider info. I touch base with the likes of our buddy Jason Lowry and whatnot just to see what's going on. It sounds like this could be a thing. I really hope it is. And Puncher's just basically trying to say, hey, these are different ways this could go down. Like the DOJ, which basically is sees those coins and holds them. There's different ways to legislate that into that being the start of a Bitcoin reserve, etc. So I'll end there, Puncher. But I just kind of wanted to give a little background
So
on where you're coming
yeah,
from.
and I'm nobody. I just know people who are in positions of authority. So steering away from the sensitive stuff. Just remember the last election, there was a loud and clear message. Those who were against Bitcoin suffered at the ballot box. That's not lost on these politicians on both sides. So whether they understand it or not, to take a stand against it for something that's this public and this um, important, it would be very tough politically. And you see how people swing. You've seen the videos, I guess, of Hillary Clinton talking about how she's going to be tough on the border and you got to learn English and blah blah. And then in a heartbeat, she switches. These people have no core, most of them, and they'll do what's politically beneficial to them. And there was a very loud and clear signal a month and a half ago, or plus, 2 months ago, a month ago. I'm sorry, that said, if you touch this stove, you will get burned, and it came through loud and clear to them.
Uh, I remember the last thing I was going to say. I wouldn't be surprised if states announce it before the federal government gets it done. I think states will do strategic reserves as well. Yes,
Dennis
Dennis is on record saying that he can name 10. He hasn't named one. Like I asked him, besides trust me and bro, name three more, just three. Why can't you?
Well, Pennsylvania has introduced legislation. I do know that. There's a couple more, but again, you got to introducing legislation or proposing legislation is a far cry from it going through both houses of a state Congress and being signed by a governor. That said, they're listening too very clearly. They have dead money sitting on their tax receipts. It's not going anywhere. They can't get a yield. So there's people who do get it, and they can front run the federal government as well.
Listen, this is the world's most scarce asset, right? So whether they create a reserve or not, they're going to do something to get their hands on it. And if they do create the reserve, you better bet you're going to see more confiscation of, you know, illegal activity use with Bitcoin, whatever you want to call it, right? And we saw during COVID, the government can pretty much say anything they want is criminal or illegal activity. So um, I think I think it was Magoo or someone like that said that, it sounds nice and it's hype and all this, but the government might even do it in a way where they position it first, then announce it later, right? Because they're trying to get their hands on as much Bitcoin as they can. So announcing it and sounding sexy and saying all these things out loud is probably not the best way about going to get your hands on the most Bitcoin you can, right? So I,
Well,
I think it
Astro,
will happen in one fashion or another. But I do agree with you guys on when you're saying, maybe we're being a little overly optimistic or don't get your hopes up if it doesn't happen type of thing, because this is the government and we know how fucking how they drag their feet on everything.
one of the things in emergencies, in times of national crisis, or you have a banking collapse, or just name the black swan. The options that have already been on the table become like viable options in an emergency. And I'm not saying, a 6102 attack, but it wouldn't be that politically damaging for somebody who's in a cash in, cash out vehicle, like an ETF or um, or MicroStrategy, to say, thank you very much. We're taking the Bitcoin, but you're getting the cash. That's what you were going to get anyway. All you lose is your exposure to the underlying asset. You get cashed out. I'm not
Puncher, you can't even do the 6102 attack unless you have a Bitcoin standard, and that requires you to have a strategic reserve asset anyways in the first place.
Well, what do you mean? They can't. They could set up. The government could set up a cold storage wallet and just confiscate it. Why would you need it already?
Well, I mean, if you don't have the Bitcoin standard in effect, then they don't have any reason to take it from you.
Well,
Like, what's the reason? Why would
the
they take
reason
it if they
is,
don't have any national security reason to do it?
Wednesday everything's honky dory. Thursday we're in a national crisis of some sort, and that's an option, and we got to do it for national security reasons. We got to do it. Look, I'm not saying it's probable. I'm just saying it's possible, and in a crisis, things that were possible get put on the table, and that's the history of mankind.
Assuming that the U.S. does do some kind of a reserve, what's the right percentage of overall Bitcoin? I mean, do they take, like, could they go as high as 10%? Could they be bigger than BlackRock?
They
Depends on
want to
what they're
have a
willing to pay.
million, is what's written. 200,000 per year for 5 years to reach 1,000,000 coins.
Says who?
That's what's written in
There's
Loomis's
the
bill.
Loomis bill.
That's the Lummish bill.
Uh,
So that get you to like 4
I
plus, almost
should
5.
probably just mute my mic. Loren, don't let me say anything else. I'm going to get in trouble. I'm trying to stay respectful, but
No, listen, this is not my
I'm taking a whiz
no,
bang.
position,
I'm not
right? This
messing with
is
you guys.
yeah.
I'm not pretending like my opinion is important, but I've got one, so I'll just keep it to
No, well,
myself.
nah, it's okay,
I'd
Justin.
like
It's
to
your
hear it.
space. But I mean, listen, I'm just saying. I'm not saying anything's going
Kevin.
to
Hey,
happen.
Kevin,
I mean,
it's my space,
it's
buddy.
our it's
No,
all right,
yeah, no, it's
all right.
us.
Wait,
We're all plebs. We're all on the same level, and we love hearing each other's perspectives, even though we don't all agree. So, Justin,
yeah,
don't feel bad. I mean, if you don't think this thing is going to happen, let us
yeah.
know. I mean, I want it to happen, and I'm hopeful. But if I like to hear both sides of the story, so feel free.
I see Thomas has got his hand up, and I love hearing what he's got to say. But one thing that,
There you go.
man,
Thomas is back.
imagine this scenario that Puncher's Arizona or Wyoming or Idaho, some fabulous state to live in, became a Bitcoin panacea where where the state went ahead and got a strategic reserve, and all sorts of state laws are pro Bitcoin. Not political bullshit, but real concrete, a real first Bitcoin state. Imagine how exciting that would be.
And that starts a lot of game theory. I'm sorry, Thomas. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say the legislative route for the feds under setting up a strategic reserve for economic purposes is a long road and will take some time. I wouldn't be confident that it would even be a primary objective relative to the other things they're doing, like Doge and other things that are on their domestic and foreign policy agenda. If it becomes, on the other hand, a national security issue and that gets determined, we may not even hear about it. And we may not even, as Puncher said, they won't announce what they're doing. They'll just do it behind the scenes. We'll see it on the price appreciation. And then at some point, it'll be clear that some of these very large wallets are actually controlled by the national security complex for whatever reason. It could be opacity on procurement and supply chain. It could be other things that we haven't even contemplated. But if the government wants it, they're going to get it. They have lots of means to do it, up to and including. And I don't think it's going to happen in this current regime. But if Trump lost the election, you could see cold wallet registration happen within 12 months of Elizabeth Warren setting up her shop. And people say, "Well, I'm not going to register my." Yeah, good luck, right? I mean, unless you're out of the country and prepared to live on the lam, most people are going to do it because they have other assets that they're worried about.
I think the scenario you just painted is that could very well happen because, I mean, look at the price point too, right? Like by the time they get everything passed and do all this, try to buy 200,000 coins a year to get to 1,000,000 coins. Who knows what the price point will be in US dollar by that
point, right? So it's sort of in their better interest to do it secretly so they can acquire as much as they can at lower costs. I'm not saying that they'll do it that way. I know it makes a lot of sense to me the way you just kind of painted it, like setting it up behind the scenes type of thing. But on the other end of that, I'm hearing positive things as far as the Bitcoin community has built a strong lobbying system over the years, and there's lots of people that are approaching the Trump camp, the Trump team, specifically asking about Bitcoin and the Bitcoin Reserve. And there's a lot of people really interested in this idea that are apparently nonstop asking Trump's team about it. So there is optimism, like actual reason to have optimism, but I know why there's skepticism too as well, because this is the U.S. government we're talking about. They can't agree on fucking anything.
So the other
Um,
good news is to think about is the reason that the national security complex might be interested in it is directly correlated to the fact that it is a robust network that's global in nature, and a lot of people using it, and decentralized control and security of the network. So they're not going to want to discourage private ownership because that helps them with their objective of owning it. If they somehow monopolized, to the extent you could do that, or had significant control over the Bitcoin network, it would actually undermine the value proposition of why they want it in the first place. Puncher, do you agree with what I just said?
Can you say that one more time, Thomas?
Well, the reason that the national security complex might want this as a national defense asset is because it is a robust network, that it's protected by a tremendous amount of compute energy, distributed nodes, and that it's growing every day. So they want
Thomas,
part
can I
of
chime
that.
in?
They want to be part of that so that they can use that property in military application, either from defense characteristics on communications, like the Jason Lowry stuff, cyber warfare, all the way to uh, cloaking logistic purchases for supply chain. So there's a whole bunch of applications you can come up with that I'd be interested in, but they want to preserve the Bitcoin architecture, the robust network nature of it. So it's not like they want to come in and overly dominate. Now their presence may drive the price up because they're going to acquire enough for it to be substantial for them, and they'll have to
Thomas,
also
can I?
acquire enough so that they do not get depositioned by another nation state.
I do
Yeah,
agree, Thomas. And
I think.
and just think about the amount of purchases. Think about the size of the defense budget, and then the amount of purchases, the actual spending of Bitcoin to buy goods and and hardware that's required for, I don't know, how much do you need for the next 25 years of that type of purchase? You need a lot.
When I came
And you
in,
want it, go
sorry,
ahead.
okay, when I came into Bitcoin, it seemed like, the big thing was the only thing missing is adoption, i.e., if the collective will of the people decides that this thing has value, everything else checks out. So, nobody's going to come in, no government entity or otherwise is going to come in and fuck with the compute power, or we were like the 51% attack and blah 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 blah, on and on and on. So really the only thing missing was like, hey, if we get enough individuals, companies, etc., to agree that this thing is a value keeping unit, then it is. That's how anything like gold or whatever. And so now the U.S. government is going to be caught in one of those Chinese finger traps where they can wiggle around all they want, but the more they wiggle, the more they're going to be trapped into this thing. And it's not going to be a question of like, are they going to do it? It's going to be a question of if they don't fucking do it, they'll be screwed. So they don't have a choice. If there's any, which has been questionable as of late, if there's any credibility and competence in government, they don't have any other option. They're going to be forced into accepting Bitcoin because we, the people, have said, fuck you. We are using Bitcoin as a unit of account, and therefore it is valuable and it is a value keeping unit. And they won't have a choice. So for all of those reasons and more, they'll have no other choice than get a hold of Bitcoin in some way, shape, or form. And what we hear now is the strategic Bitcoin reserve. It's just a matter of time until they're going to be using it, period, because other countries, companies, etc., are going to adopt it, and therefore they have no other choice. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah. And remember, there's a shadow government being formed. By the way, it's outside of the traditional ways that it has been, because the Trump campaign the first time, the Trump administration the first time, was spied on by the FBI and others. So they are totally outside of that network now, constructing the new government, and they have no power right now. But these conversations are taking place. And just consider for a moment that you are a senior level military official, and somebody comes to you and says, look, a lot of the ways we acquire our gear is compromised. It can be tracked. And for force protection reasons, we need to do it a certain way. No commander is going to say, nah, I don't get it. I don't buy it. They're going to be like, tell me more. Tell me more. Show me. Show me how we're compromised. And when somebody can do that, you don't want to be the commander who says, oh yeah, they told me about it, but I blew it off. That doesn't.
This is like the page. Yeah, it's like the pagers in Israel, right?
It is
I mean,
exactly like that. I mean, it's
not
different.
Israel. In Hezbollah, the Hezbollah in Lebanon.
It is exactly like that. From the moment they were constructed, crafted through the supply chain, that was put in motion. I don't know how many years ago, but they're compromised. It's a little different because you're tracking other things, and I don't know that they have explosive capacity. I mean, that was amazing what the Mossad was able to do. But it's very much like that. And I'll just tell you, like, when somebody comes to you and says, sir, this is an issue for force protection. And if you think about the hotspots around the world, whether it's in the Pacific or it's in the Middle East or whether it's anywhere else, we seem to be picking a fight with Russia for God knows what reason. You, if somebody tells you that, the minute this thing kicks off, we are completely compromised and basically we lose. No commander is going to say, "Oh, yeah, that's bullshit." It's just not. They're going to at least hear them out. And if you can convince them that it is a real issue and an exigent threat and a matter of force protection and national security, it's going to get attention.
It's an angle I never really thought about, but that does seem compelling. But I'm not sure who said it earlier, but someone was insinuating that the government wouldn't want to undermine the strength of the network, and I don't know if that's a safe assumption. I think that there will always be some reason that they, well, not some reason, but the ability to actually keep creating money will always be a reason for them to, or somebody in the government to want to undermine and potentially, destroy Bitcoin. Just because they're accumulating Bitcoin doesn't mean that they don't want it. Some people don't want it to be destroyed.
It's existential for the government. They have to control the money. Period.
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
money, but
they're best.
the system as it's currently constructed is very fragile. Quadrillions in derivative and counterparty risk, and you know,
It could be
if
pushed
if
over
a,
with a
if a
feather.
butterfly flaps its wing, yeah, it can be pushed over with feathers. So it is what it is, and to not have a plan B is foolish because as fragile as it is, um, there better be option B and option C. And if there's not, then the thing they're trying to preserve is going to go the way of the dodo bird.
Puncher, do you think
Yeah,
the
but what?
government's foolish? Do you think they know what they're doing and they're just doing it on purpose, or do you think they're actually foolish?
No, I think there's like anything else. There's foolish people and then there's serious people. Unfortunately, we've been run by foolish people. Some of the foolish things we've done have been in the last administration. When you steal $360 billion of a country's reserve treasuries, and they're the largest nuclear power on the planet, you've just weaponized the money system, which is what BRICS is all about. Every country in the world at that moment said, holy shit, they can just kick us out of the system and steal our shit. We got to come up with another plan. We literally killed the goose that laid the golden egg with that one decision.
Right. So we might see that. I mean, again, like if, this administration is friendly and they're stacking a reserve and, no threat to Bitcoiners, the next administration comes in and, they could just be another set of foolish, right, actions. So anyway.
Of course, but it doesn't sound like they're that foolish, in my opinion.
It almost
I'm
seems
not
like
surprised anymore by this. I think they always blow my mind at how foolish they can be.
that's a good point. It seems like they're trying to work both angles and, use Bitcoin, in some underlying means to actually bolster the dollar. So they still realize that they need to control the money, which is, the points everybody's been making, especially Puncher. But then they're trying to parlay Bitcoin into a way to, keep the dollar solid and stable. So we'll see how that angle goes. I mean, that's kind of the indications that I'm getting out of things, which I'm it's probably a smart move, but good luck when you have the most pristine money. It's going to want to swallow the other money. So I don't know how long they'll be able to work an angle like that or try to balance when everybody is flocking to Bitcoin, realizing what it is. It might be hard to try to beat Bitcoin down and still try to monopolize US dollars and balance those two worlds.
Yeah, but knowing what we know on this call, knowing what we know, it's pay me now, pay me later. Buy it now, buy it later. And by the way, later might be, the scene from A Bronx Tale where they close the door and they say, now you can't buy it. Now you can't buy it. Nobody wants your dollars anymore. So it's a big problem, and there are people who are talking about it, and every day that goes by, there are more people that are talking about it and thinking about it. That's all I can say.
Okay, but so doesn't a large enough ownership percentage by the US government of Bitcoin help fix this problem a little bit? I mean, can it it's almost like not it's an implied backed Bitcoin backed dollar. I mean, if they owned over 10%, if they just said fuck it, we're going to put $200 billion into Bitcoin and buy it now. I mean, am I thinking that wrong?
It is the only escape hatch. The only escape hatch.
Right. So what I'm saying is if they did that, if they said we're going to own 10% of this or more, we're like literally going to invest an absurd amount of money into this. And maybe they don't even say that for national, as you're saying, Puncher, national security reasons, and they just go and do it and then just say, hey guys, surprise, we own 10% of the global supply. That is the potential supply. It's probably even more than that, because what is it really, like 16 million or 17 million, whatever. There's like a bunch that's gone. Like that changes the game, and now they are the leader. It's not BlackRock or whatever other company. It's them, and everybody else has to catch up. I would think that would help solve a lot of this problem.
Like Joe C would tell you to say, that's stupid. You don't know how the system's mechanized. It can't happen. It will never happen. So said every every reserve currency in human history until they were gone. But
Well,
I'll just say the world is de-dollarizing now. The world has figured out that the system is rigged against them. We export our inflation through the Eurodollar system. The pain threshold is getting extremely high for them. You throw on top of that the fact that we just stole $360 billion from the largest nuclear power in the world. Like these things, the whole existence of BRICS, whether you think it's going to work or not, is for that reason. The world is bifurcating, and our system depends on people buying our bonds. And nobody's really buying at the long end, and we're issuing everything at the short end now. And it's plain to me that if we can pull some jujitsu on the world, but that jujitsu, the only move we have in this jujitsu play is Bitcoin.
Right. It's like why while we could still do it, print the fucking money, buy it, and then it's like, oh, psych, we got you. So this seems like a good two things. One, Puncher, you're president right now? What would you do in the context of Bitcoin? Not legislation. Like,
I moved to
would
El
you go and
Salvador.
buy?
No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
No. Like that's the question. Then and then I got something for Dark Side.
I would do an immediate executive order and cloak it as much as I can in national security. I mean, and I would start acquiring Bitcoin just to have for the reasons I talked about for the military applications. I would lobby very hard, and I would appoint people, very articulate people like Michael Saylor, like a few others that I don't need to name, and also work the legislative angle. But while we have the magic money machine, we should preserve optionality. We can argue about what we're going to do with it later and how we're going to run it and how we're going to transition into the next system. But the old system's going to die. And it's clear as day to me. And I know a lot of people will argue about that. And that's not how it works. And it's not mechanized that way and blah, blah, blah. What you're saying when you say that is that somehow trees grow to the sky. We're always going to be the world reserve currency. The dollar's never going to die. This system is indestructible forever and ever and ever. And I don't believe that.
Rome will always be awesome.
Rome will always be awesome. Exactly right.
So I'd like to jump in real quick because I think that's an important piece of the strategic reserve that a lot of people just, this is where the hopium and the optimism takes over. People don't realize where this money will come from. They're not just going to print money. I'm sorry. If you think they're going to print money to throw into Bitcoin, that's not how it's going to happen. They got to figure out ways to cut funding. They're not going to cut military funding. They're not going to cut Social Security, and they're not going to cut Medicaid, which is like the top three where our budget goes, is those three areas. So whoever said,
Astro, sorry. Are you aware that $2 trillion is missing from the military
yeah,
budget?
always. There's
Just
always
gone. No
money.
one knows
There's
where it
always
is.
money lost. The Pentagon hasn't fucking.
The idea we're not going to cut our way to prosperity. That,
Well, I'm
as
just
Winston
saying
Churchill
that
said,
they're
it's
not
like
going to print
standing in a
money
bucket and
either.
try to lift it up by the handle.
So I'll finish my thought and then I'd like to hear what you say. But yeah, I know what you're talking about because the Pentagon hasn't even passed an audit for like the last 5 or 6 years in a row or something like that. But anyways, um, that's why whoever said earlier, "Oh, they'll never take it from gold." Well, I think that is exactly where they'll take not all of gold, but I do think they will sell portions of gold to throw it into Bitcoin. And I think they'll confiscate some, as we already seen, and then potentially, not necessarily make a legal tender because that will force businesses to have to accept it, right? But some type of provision where you can pay taxes with Bitcoin and they'll collect it that way as well. Other than that, like that's a serious question. Where will this money come from? Where would they get the money to put into Bitcoin? And I really don't think it's just turn the printer on and shove it all into Bitcoin. I think that's not the right answer.
Well, look, are you aware of the dark pool? Just think about the dark pools of money the Fed has, off balance sheet accounts worldwide that the Fed has. It's and the idea, like, can you tell me how much gold the United States has? I have no idea. It hasn't been audited since, I don't know, Thomas. When's the last time our gold reserves were
I
audited?
checked the
It,
other day. They
and
do have a number that they claim, but no one knows if you can believe that or not.
well, right. I mean, and that's saying nothing of the rehypothecation. There might be 500 claims on that gold if we even physically had it. And there's a reason they don't go into Fort Knox and let you audit it. Transparency, when people aren't transparent, that just tells you you're lying. They're lying to you.
They just
And
for
if the last
context,
4 years
by the way, they
haven't told
claim they
you
have that we have 8,133 metric tons of gold, which would approximately be $543 billion.
$543 billion,
That is
that's a pittance. That is a pittance. Nothing.
right. It really is. It really is. But like, so there's an interesting thought exercise here that, like, the government. I mean, if the government really, really wanted to, they could drop $1 trillion. Like they did. How much did they put into stimulus in COVID? Like an absurd $2
4.5,
trillion, whatever. Like some
4.8.
right, like just crazy money. So if the government was like, "This is existential," we have to put $1 trillion right now into Bitcoin, they could own over half of actual Bitcoin because it's clearly not. There's like missing Bitcoin, right? So if they, that would be bad. I would argue, and I'm not like a quant guy. I'm not a macro guy. So I'd love to hear others chime in. But there's like an equilibrium point where they need to own enough where the price of Bitcoin goes like silently acquire whatever they have to do, but like get it to a certain amount. I would argue it's like 10% or more, but not over Y amount that would be a, well, fuck, this game we're going to lose anyway because like, well, like they have the majority of the Bitcoin or whatever. But like, what is the optimal amount that then incentivize other sovereigns and other countries and everybody else? And then the US is just by default de facto leader that can never lose that position.
Chris,
Does that make
Chris, you
sense?
mentioned you had a
And
question for Darkseid earlier too. I don't know if that was it, but
I get no. It's not. It's not. It's separate.
got you.
But just like around this because it's slightly different. Does am I like again? This is not my world. I'm very qual. I'm not quant in macro. Does any of that make sense? It seems like there's an
It makes
equilibrium
sense.
point
It makes
that I don't
sense
want
to
to
me,
own too much
Chris.
of.
It makes sense to me. I mean, in the first Obama administration, which was God, what year was that? It was over almost 15 years ago. They did a trillion one in the infrastructure bill. You seen the bridges lately? You seen the roads lately? Like, where did that money go? This government is epic at wasting and hiding money and didn't Biden just promise a shit ton of money to some African nation the other day? Like, it is so far away from anything that's balanced and constitutional and responsible. So while we can do it, we should do it.
Puncher. Here, thanks for guys having me. Here are my 2 cents. Again, probably you should not call it reserve, but stockpile. And I just saw a video from with Luke Groman, and I think he puts it best. For you guys to get ahead, you definitely have to significantly devalue the dollar. So the question is, how can you get a weak dollar but strengthening the dollar global system? And that you can only do by stockpiling Bitcoin.
But to what end? I mean, I'm kind of a retard too, but like when money was backed by gold, you could redeem the gold, right? So if it's backed by Bitcoin, but you can't actually redeem the Bitcoin, like, does it even make a difference?
Bitcoin is the money.
But
Yeah, it just means the government doesn't fail. Like people are betting on the U.S. not falling apart, and if we have like it's sort of like the opposite of well, I'm going to just go and like the kid that just like leaves with his ball. Like we just found the ball and go fuck it, we're going to take the ball because this whole Bitcoin system is the ball. And if you say, oh wow, that's actually a much better system than we have, let's just eminent domain it by buying a very like a fraction of what our overall deficit
gotcha. So,
is.
Puncher, when you
And
say Bitcoin is the money, are
right?
you saying that government's actually going to pay their employees in Bitcoin and pay for different projects in Bitcoin? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I don't know why we're picking that kind of pepper out of the flash yet. Just what I'm saying is fiat, the US dollar is a derivative of the money. Gold for a time was the money, and now Bitcoin is the money. The idea that we wouldn't want the money, and we should figure out how we pay people and how we do things, but let's first get the money. That's all I'm saying. Let's take our fake
I
money
mean,
and get the
in
real money.
eventuality, though, if you have Bitcoin go into like a unit of account status, which you know, money in eventuality evolves into, then that's a reasonable kind of conclusion to make that it would eventually, where everyone would get paid into it, right?
But that means they have to be
Am
responsible.
I crazy for
They
thinking that?
love not being responsible. Like there's always going to be that desire to be able to spend more than they collect in taxes. So if it's a derivative, I mean, you can't actually redeem. It's like I don't know. Again, I'm a financial retard, but that doesn't seem to actually fix anything.
Can we give Darkseid a shot because he's had his hand up for a minute?
yeah, hey guys. So Puncher, I feel like I'm listening to myself. Thank you so much for echoing my sentiments. I would differ in this respect that I kind of believe that we're already to 5%, and that would be the 500,000 coins held by the ETFs and almost 500,000 coins held by Sailor. The government at any point can tender for those coins, and that they will. So they won't consider it a seizure. They'll consider it some type of forced tender or some type of tender that the people accept, and it's just one of those transactions that happens. And they can do that without kind of messing with the on ramps and off ramps to the system, which would be self defeating. So I've thought all along, in the midst I've asked this question before, I'll ask it again. In the midst of Choke Point 2.0, and in lieu of the interview with Andreessen and Rogan, and everything that's gone bad for anybody involved in crypto at a corporate level, how in the world did they approve ETFs? And even more incredible, how in the world did they let Saylor enact his strategy when it was the easiest thing in the world to stop? Right? Like they simply had to call him up and say, we're going to rebrand you an investment company and then we're going to regulate you. So in lieu of the fact that they've done these things and they've allowed these entities to acquire massive amounts of Bitcoin without calling it a Bitcoin strategic reserve, my 2 cents are they're a Bitcoin strategic reserve.
Yeah.
Dark
Well, so
side.
you think Sailor stack becomes the MSTR stack becomes the reserve?
I
Well,
think
here's what I'll say. I think that every day that goes by that we don't get serious about a strategic reserve or a strategic stockpile, whether it's via the DoD or legislation or however we do it, the probability that we would do something like that and take that money and redeem it for the derivative USD becomes more and more likely. Like it's almost like politics. Like you might not care about politics, but politics cares about you. You might not care about Bitcoin, but ultimately Bitcoin is going to care about you. And every day that goes by that we don't get serious about this is another day that what Darkside said becomes just ever more so likely to happen.
Well, I could see it happen with MicroStrategy. Just not too sure about BlackRock because there is regular day retail people that are buying into the ETF and they have to back it 1 to 1. Where MicroStrategy is not set up that way, right? So I don't know about them just taking over BlackRock's Bitcoin.
they're not
I don't.
they're not taking over, they're tendering. So what a tender means is they're going to come in and make a cash offer to buy the Bitcoin.
Okay,
Right?
I got you.
So they're going to
But
retire.
what if the people don't agree who are in this ETF?
That's my point. But it's not up to the people.
Tough
It's up
luck.
to BlackRock. You don't have a vote.
So as a shareholder of the ETF, then BlackRock would have to compensate you, obviously, whether
Yeah,
you want to pull out or not.
you're going to get USD for sure. Right? Like
You're already going to get USD. You
No,
agreed
I
to
know
that
that. I know
when you
you're
put your
already
money in.
gonna, but I'm just saying, I feel it's a little bit more difficult to tender BlackRock's than MicroStrategies,
no,
but maybe I'm
no,
just not
it's
looking
this.
at it
Yeah, it's the
correctly.
same.
No.
It's the exact same. It's not difficult at all.
But
And
if they do that, okay, if they tender the Bitcoin, then essentially they'll have to do it for the entire nation, right? Not just like
no,
these two companies.
no, no, not
Just
at
like they
all.
did with gold, just like Nixon did with gold. I think it was Nixon. No, not
No.
Nixon. 1933, when they took the gold, when they started to take the
FDR.
gold back.
Yeah,
FDR.
not at all. They do not need to seize individuals' Bitcoin. They will simply tender for these two large stockpiles, and they will. I mean, you just view it like a corporate action, right? Like you're long shares of XYZ company, and so gives a cash offer. Do you think your vote matters? No, right? Like you get cash from the
And
company.
and dark side. Think you're Larry Fink. You all of your investments, all your businesses, I mean not all, but most are in the United States. I say, well, if you don't do this, we can make things very
Oh yeah,
difficult for
no, this
BlackRock.
is like a guys. This is
It's a
it's a no
no-brainer.
brainer. This is in my
Hey,
mind like this is Plan B, has been Plan B all along. There's no way in the world.
Hey, I had to take a call, but I was just catching the tail end of that issue around the uh, potential confiscation or use by the government for the BlackRock ETF stack. Is that what you guys were
Yeah,
just talking about?
both the
Yeah.
it's not just BlackRock, it's all the ETF holdings and Sailors
One
holdings.
one issue to think about is the fact that they don't need to confiscate it to use it right now. So all the holders of the BlackRock ETF, I bet, are just buying it for the monetary appreciation and the investment value,
Okay.
but they're not actually controlling it or using
Well, let
it.
me ask you this: why would BlackRock and all these ETF companies go through the rigorous shit they went through just to get this passed, just to give it back to to give it over to the government, right? Like you got to think that they're smart enough to know that that could happen in the future. So why bother going through it if they're just gonna have to hand it over? You know what I'm saying?
Because
Do, do
BlackRock
you,
doesn't
Because
have guns and the
yeah,
government does.
yeah. Do
That's
you know
it.
how much? Do you know how much?
well,
do
and BlackRock's also part of the
right.
system, right? That Just because they're a private entity doesn't mean they're not
Well,
part of the
that
system.
even more so, I think that BlackRock has leveraged to position themselves to basically say, "Go fuck yourself, Mr. Government."
Oh yeah,
That's never
yeah.
going to
Good luck
happen.
with that.
And
Black
so
cube.
the issue,
Well, we
the
all know
issue has to do with
corporations really run this country, right?
Well, the black cube runs the country.
Yeah, you're missing the point. Like the
you
this
just think it through. If the military has a use for that Bitcoin that BlackRock has,
bingo.
they can use it
Okay,
and
now
return it.
that's a good scenario. That I could
It-
see.
So they use it and return it, and as a shareholder, you don't even know. How would you know? Unless there was a redemption, mass redemption, and they couldn't make good.
yeah, they're gonna take it. They're just
That's
gonna
not
take
going to
it. They're
happen,
gonna take what they want,
right?
and
So
they're gonna take what
you're
they need.
sitting there with your IBIT shares. BlackRock passes the audit. Yeah, they have a bunch of it there. Military comes in and borrows 100,000 Bitcoin, uses it for whatever they want to. They put it back. That's it. Everyone's happy. BlackRock gets a
Wait,
nice
why are
fee
they
for that.
putting it back though? I like that.
That could
That I'm
absolutely
missing.
happen. And then the issue,
Yeah, how would they put it back?
Yeah,
I'm
because the
missing that
whole
part
point
too.
is to take over this Bitcoin for the stockpile, right? So they wouldn't put it back, right?
well, that's one scenario. But what Puncher was talking before about is the use of obfuscation and supply chain acquisition is a transactional utility. So you don't
No,
need
no,
to hold it
but
forever. You
well,
need to hold
but
it
you're
for the
constantly
purposes
doing,
of the transaction.
but you're constantly doing
So they could
acquisition.
use it,
Oh
and
fuck!
then
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can
through
hear
their
you.
dark pools of money, rebuy it, and then just replace it.
Hey, Thomas,
Um,
can you hear me?
Almost like just think of this as a form of official
No, he
Thomas,
rehypothecation.
you,
can't hear you.
He
Hey,
Thomas,
can't
Thomas,
hear
you're
can
gonna
you
have
us.
hear
to
him?
jump down and
Somebody
up,
tell
Thomas.
Thomas he's got to drop and come back.
Thomas, can you hear whoever was just talking right now?
I think he got the
Oh,
point
he
because he stopped
dropped. Okay.
talking, so he must have heard me.
Hey guys, like
Fuck. Yeah.
you're over complicating something that's extremely simple, right? It's simply going to be a tender offer. They're going to accept it, right? It's not going to be set up as a confiscation or anything else. It's just going to be a tender offer. It's going to be a cash offer, and they're going to retire the ETFs. It's that simple.
That's why they wouldn't allow in-kind redemptions.
Exactly, and they're never going to allow in kind anything, right? Like
Hey, the
these are
market's going to be interesting with that then, right? Because the people that actually get the cash that are like, hey, fuck, I actually want the Bitcoin, they're going to be running to try to buy some too, no?
right, but if on
But a lot of them
the
can't.
flip side to that is right. If the government goes out and tries to buy 1 million Bitcoin, and anybody catches wind that the government's buying 1 million Bitcoin, there's nothing for sale. Like they won't. It'll trade between 100,000 and 1 million in a week, with a few billion being acquired, a few $1 billion worth being acquired. It'll be a vacuum, right? Like you'll be front running the most obvious desperate buyer in history of Bitcoin. That's just not good.
What premium would they have to pay to take it all from BlackRock?
Very small, if any.
Like so no premium. It's like take it or we'll make your life fucking
Yeah,
horrible. I mean, like, why
it's
would you?
national security. Do you know? Do
Yeah.
you know how
Okay.
many?
You're lucky we're paying
Yeah,
you is
yeah.
the
Do you know
answer,
how many
right?
companies have been taken by the DoD because their technology is of national security importance? You don't hear about. You
I'm
don't
sure that happens. Yeah.